Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Carrie Linklater, and I am your chairperson this afternoon, and I am joined on the panel by Mr. Mark Boreski and Mr. Ron Merritt via Zoom. Our city assessor is Ms. Svetlana Schlebel, and our administrative personnel is Nicole Carnegie. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. And as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. This afternoon, we will be hearing items 1 through 6 on the docket. And Ms. Carnegie, would you please affirm the assessor and the applicant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Schlebel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Neufeld and Ms. Schlebel. And Ms. Schlebel, we are going to start at 755 Osborne. And whenever you are ready to proceed.
File number 22-3039. Roll number 1200237700. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $647,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, located on some land size of around 5,000 square feet, and neighborhood 665 Lord Roberts. Subject property, we have sale recorded 2005-2014. The subject property located on south-west part of the city. More photo present on page 2 and 3. Air photo and street view. We assess 3,047 square feet at $14.03. On page number 4, I presented 11 comparables, similar neighborhood. You can see everything around 600. And my 11 comparables showed media of $16.76, mean and media of $16.33. Model generated average $14.03. Apply for income was used for estimation of market value of subject property. We did apply 6% of vacancy loss, 3% expenses, $8 per square foot shortfall on empty space, and capitalization rate 5.8%. On page number 8, income expense memo presented for us. It's partially occupied. We have some lease, but it's gross lease inside. On page 13, I sell posting 2014. Let's look about this building. Building will be vacant upon possession. That would it mean to you if you don't have to drive downtown every day? This spectacular property presented a unique opportunity to acquire real estate in a fantastic location on South Osborne Street. This characteristic building has been used as a commercial office for past 25 years or so, most recently as modern photography studio. Significant modernization occurred between 1985 and 1991. In addition, over the past 8 years, the current owner has invested a great deal into the decoration inside and out. With frontage on Osborne Street resulting high traffic, volume would be extremely significant for signage exposure. Currently, we will find a reception area in 2 large offices on main floor and 2-piece bar and 3 offices on the second floor and 2 rooms on third floor. There are second 2-piece bar located in the basement area. There parking for minimum 4 vehicle or 8. I don't know, sorry. On page 14, more photo of subject property, interior photos. Continue on page number 15. On page 16, started my rent comparables. Let's look specific on my rent comparables. First comparables, 1248 Pembina Highway. It's 2-floor building. Lease started in 2015 for $15 per square foot. Building built in 1953. On page 17, 895 Beverly Street. Lease in 2019 for 1,320 square feet at $80, same 2-floor building. 14 Osborne Street. Building built in 1987, 1-floor building, lease for 2.5 thousand square feet at $19. On page 19, 440 Don Avenue, leases for $16.33 and $13.57, 2-floor building. On page 20, 1355 Taylor Avenue, lease started in 2015. Around 3.6 thousand square feet, it's $26.50. Comparables on page 21, 525 Academy Road, lease size 2016 for 1,165 square feet at $12.50. On page 22, 395 Stafford Street. Lease started in 2020 for 3,272 square feet and $12. On page 23, 900 Harrow Street East. Lease started 2017 at $16, 2020 at $18.50. On page 24, two-floor building on 1345 Taylor. Lease started in 2020, 7.7 thousand square feet at $17. Back to my summary page. On page 4, all my 11 comparables showed media $16.76. We apply $14.03 overall for 3,047 square feet. So our estimate market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $647,000, and that 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, I do. Was this valuation on page 4 all done by the model?
Correct.
And the spaces that you have listed here, by any chance have you inspected this property?
Mr. Chairman, although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
Have you been so you have not been in the basement?
No,
How high is the ceiling in the basement?
I don't know.
I noticed that on
What we know about basement, if you open page 13, we have second two-piece bath located in the basement area.
That's what you know. Okay, and
From self-post in 2014.
on page, I just want to get this right, page 8, the information supplied by the owner, they have 428 square feet of leasable space. Did you reconcile this with the 3,000 that you are claiming?
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No,
Okay.
because it's gross lease from very small place.
But the owner did say 428 square feet, correct?
Yes, it's on my page 8.
And the second entry, 19312, what floor is that?
It's not relevant. Leasable area 3,047 square feet. We rent of $14.03.
What floor is that 316 square feet on? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. The next entry, 782 square feet. Do you know what floor that is?
It's not relevant for assessment. We have 3,047 square feet of leasable area at $14.03.
Do you know what floor that is on?
It's not relevant.
Madam Chairman, Pearson, I don't intend to accept it's not relevant as an answer.
We can see first basement.
Mr.
You don't,
Second,
if you don't know, yes, no.
I don't know.
Mr. Neufeld,
Yes.
I believe the assessor is answering when she says she doesn't know.
No, she said that later, but when she says that's not relevant, I don't accept that to be an appropriate answer. Yes, no, I don't know.
understand.
Those are good answers.
Okay, if you could move on, please. Thank you.
I'm going to keep asking. Premise ID 302979, what floor is that on?
I don't know.
Same question with the next premise ID, do you know?
Not.
Did you check into the city planning department about space occupancy permits?
And not, I presented all self-posting where all information presented about current subject property.
Were you aware that property and planning revoked the permits on the second floor?
No, I don't know.
On the concept of a basement space, is this acceptable space by standards of the Real Estate Community Appraisal Institute? Do you know?
We know that a basement has bathroom inside.
Do you know if this is allowed to be spaced?
I don't know.
Okay. This is was a residential house, correct? Built in 1909?
Correct.
And you have a cap rate of 5.8%, which appears to be, this is OFR. Now, where is OFR fit on your page 6?
Let's open page 6. It's an office building, suburban, cap rate between 5.6 and 6.9% for 60% of the property. His property was very small, around 3,000 square feet. That's why capitalization rate low, because small property has more people afford to buy this property. They bring capitalization rate low.
Do you have an authority on that statement?
It's my observation, and I am under oath.
And you've sold how many properties?
And I am assessor.
How many properties have you sold like this?
I just see what the model generated. And you see in 2014, this property was sold 550,000, and we assessed property 2021 just 647,000. It's fair.
The tenant roll on page 10, did you look at this?
It's gross lease. That's why I don't pay attention. For my leases on page number 4, 11 leases, everything net rent leases.
Are any of your rents on that you've relied on, and these are the ones I suppose on page 4, are any of these converted houses?
It's office space.
Are any of them
1 to
converted
4
houses?
buildings in similar neighborhood.
Are any of them converted houses?
This building for in 2020 as office space, it's not relevant anymore.
Are any of them converted houses?
Not, I don't know. It's office space.
And
oldest building, my comparables number 1, 1953. But subject property, according page 13, showed that between 1985 and 1991, it was current owner invest a great deal into decor inside and outside. So this building was completely renovated. Now on last it stand, on January 1st, 2023, it's office space. And we're looking for rent for office space.
do you know what work
Similar neighborhood.
built in 1909? How did it get changed? The effective date, do you know?
Because in 1985 through 1991, it was significant renovation done.
And what was the renovation?
On page 13, should I read it again?
Page 13, is this the realtor's advertisement?
Correct.
Okay, it says invested a great deal into the decor. How does that change the age of the
Decor
property?
inside and out.
And how does that change the age of the property?
If no renovation would be done, this building would be collapsed.
Most buildings rest on frames and foundation. Were the frame and foundation altered?
Possible.
Does it say that anywhere?
Possible.
Where does it say it then?
It shows that it's strong building, a lot of renovation done.
It says decor. I'm asking frame and foundation. Does it say
Because
that anywhere?
inside and out. Out means exterior. It's
Decor.
part of,
It says decor.
yeah, but it's out. It's inside and outside decoration.
What does
Outside
decor
decoration,
mean?
window, stucco, basement, doors. It's out.
What does
So this
decor
building
mean?
in good conditions.
What
Could
does
be more
decor
clean.
mean? Just answer. What does decor mean?
I see how I understand. You can pronounce your opinion. But on page 13 it showed outside and inside. Its renovation was done, significant.
On your rent, page number 3, how much work was done for this property to accommodate that lease?
I don't know.
Well,
Which
you submitted this at one point for the municipal board, and the evidence that at that point indicated that there was floor leveling and kitchen floor repairs required for it. So there was a significant investment required for this tenant, wasn't there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Number 4 and 5 are in the same building. Who's the tenant at 200B?
Where are you? What's your question? Could you repeat your question?
Just one second. The 200 Dawn address, who is the tenant in Unit B?
I have Dawn 440.
Yeah,
I don't have 200 Dawn.
400 Dawn, 440
It's
Dawn.
my comparables 4 and 5.
Who is the tenant?
Tenants was size 2015 occupied 2,500 square feet and $19. And lease from 2018 for 1,650 square feet at $16.34.
Yes.
It's office space.
You've submitted this before, so my question is the tenant not the owner, the concrete company?
Rest occupied by the owner. Owner showed leases, 2 different leases.
So then who is this
It's
tenant?
partial occupied, similar to the subject property.
Who are the
You
two
can
tenants then?
It's not relevant. It's privacy. That's why tenants not showed here.
Well, it isn't privacy if you've submitted the owner's rent. Did you submit the owner's rent?
Rent, owner don't provide rent. It's owner occupied space.
Dawn's Concrete? Is that who's in there?
Okay, you can open page 10 of my brief. It will be something similar. First line will be say owner occupied, and second and third line will be 2 leases exist in the building.
I'm asking about 440 Dawn. I have it on
I
good
say it will
authority.
be something similar and common expense similar provided to us.
I have it on good authority that it's Dawn's Concrete who is the tenant who also happened to own the building.
Building, yes, and at least 2 spaces.
And who's the other tenant on the first floor? Is it Variety Club?
I don't know. I know it's clean at least, and I verify myself.
Those are my own questions. Thank you.
All comparables on page 11, I verified myself, looking in home expense manner provided to us. I am confident in my
All right, thank you.
comparables.
Mr. Merritt, did you have any questions to the assessor?
Yes, Madam Chairperson. Ms. Schleibel, this particular subject property is in a residential area?
Yes, if you look on page number 1, it's zoning residential multifamily.
otherwise known as Riverview.
Possible. It's occupied today by Atos Realty, size 2014.
According to your presentation, there is 5 tenants in there.
Tenants. Income expense Miller showed only one record. Tenants, small tenant, occupied 178 square feet on main floor.
And there's
But it's reported gross lease month to month.
There's 4 parking stalls.
Yes, on page number 13 they showed for minimum for vehicle or I don't know.
I read through this, so there's no problem. I'm just asking questions. So there's 4 parking stalls, but if you park behind each other, there's going to be 8.
Behind each other. Thank you. You clarified this abbreviation.
So, the cap rate that you're using for the subject property is 5.8.
Correct.
So, based on the year that it was built and the renovations, do you feel as if the 5.8 is justified for this type of property?
Yes, because it's small property, less than 5,000 square feet, usually sell more people can afford to buy it and sell higher. That usually model generate more low cap rate for this type of property, but it's still inside our 5.6 to 6.9, 16% of the property across the city.
So you agree with us in regards to there is 3,047 square feet in the subject property?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Boretsky?
No, I have no questions that I think the assessor would be able to answer, given that her knowledge of the property is restricted to what she's provided us and has not been inside. So I'll wait for Mr. Newfield's information. I may want to come back to the assessor after that.
All right, thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Ms. Schabel. And I understand you had not inspected the property, but do you have anything in your notes as to when it was last inspected?
I will check right away. Okay. 75. Let's see what our notes showed. We have a lot of phone call confirmation with owner. I don't see any inspection.
All right, thank you. And I'm just wondering on your comparables, did you choose your comparables yourself?
Yes, I choose my comparables myself. I choose close neighborhood because you can see it's located 665 neighborhood in all my comparables around 600. Very close to the subject property, 1-2 floor building, a small area, like close to the subject property maximum, what I can find.
And
I choose myself and I verify leases posted on page number 4.
So when you chose these comparables, did you give any consideration to the fact that they are all much newer properties compared to the subject property, which is almost 115 years old.
Yes, this building built in 1909, but it has a lot of inside-outside renovation. So if it would be not strong enough, it would be demolished by today. But still, it's very good condition, according to lease posting on page number 13.
Okay.
And was sale for 550,000, and we just sell over 100,000 extra.
All right.
In 2021, after 7 years.
All right.
Not 7. Yeah,
Okay.
7.
I thank you. Mr. Neufeld, if you would like to present your brief.
Thank you. One second. I was just, the property is a house, a converted house, obviously, got the age of it. The information we have, and I have to admit that this is a very new client for us, and we haven't had the chance to inspect. However, he did give us some notes on the property, and I think the one that's rather pertinent is on page somewhere here. Oh, here we go. Page 4. His permit was yanked for anything but the first floor for office use. So it had been a photography studio in the past, and I guess they were changing their occupant, and so they lost their permit. So the upper floors would be storage quality only. Looking at the calculation here, we never count basement space because it's against standards to count basement space. We know there's no separate entranceway. We know it's not separately rentable. It is a violation of standards to include basement space in valuation unless it's actually proven to meet building code for a specific use, and storage is not one of them. It's always accessory space. Now, I think the error here is that the permit says it was yanked for office use, so there could still be some use to the upper levels for storage. I don't think the valuation has really covered that off. I didn't do this myself, and that's not an excuse. It's just what happened. I'm looking at the old records on this site, and I see that the space has been labeled by the city at 2,054 square feet, which would be the upper level. That would be the appropriate measurement, 2,054. You'd be looking at a office rate on the first floor, and on the upper floor and a half would be storage space a number, and that's the only appropriate measurement to use. So as I said, I do not think that our valuation here quite captured all of that. There would be a larger area, another almost 950 square feet of storage quality as a minimum. But having said that, the potential rent today is still going to suffer, but with the lack of higher value use on any space but the first floor. The rents that would be applied to a converted house, I'm just looking at my table here. We saw the rent that they are getting, which is virtually nothing, as to what a potential rent would be. A lot of these are inferior type of office with similar. And I'm looking at properties on 160 Provencher, 169 Marion, maybe 83 Sherbrooke, although that's a finished office, and 470 River is probably the closest comp. That's it, just down the road from it, off Osborne. It's an office style, and that would be my strongest rent. And that's in Osborne Village. That's at $12.50. So you can see we've applied $12 to that office portion. And for the storage areas, we've got, now they're labeled basement rents. These are actually legal basements, where they actually have permit. They're actually have appropriate ceiling height. They've got plugs in the wall, and they've got separate entrances, and they're demised, and most of them have their own restrooms. And typically you're looking at around a $4 rate for something like the basement where it's finished. If we're talking about a basement where there's only a furnace or something like that, then would never get included. These are actual commercial units that have been built to be basement office. So we had applied those to the upper area, and like I said, there's some missing income there. That would probably be another 900 feet at $4, so 950. Again, that's a very marginal increase in income to another 3,800. So we are short on that account, but we're still not getting a value that's going to put the NOI above $11,000, no matter how you cap it. It's just in a state of disrepair. The income approach is probably not the appropriate methodology. The right methodology would be to probably look at some direct comparison sales of converted houses, and then subtract the value of the repairs required. On our page 43, there are some sales. These are coded as office, but there's one that's a converted house. The first one, built in 1911, similar age, 54 Balmoral, and that one is coming in at a rate of $169 a foot. And that would be the best comparable, is to look at the sales approach on this one. Slightly, it is a superior location, but it's similar age and it's in use as office. So based on the evidence I have to give you today, I would say 169 a foot at 2,054 feet. Never a basement. That comes to $347,000. That, based on the evidence I have in front of me, that's what I would present to you as a value. There's another sale of a converted house here.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, if you don't mind, could I get those numbers repeated?
Certainly. $169 a square foot times 2,054 square feet, which is the standard for measurement. I'm giving you the rounded, but the unrounded number is 346,979, rounded to 347,000.
So, Mr. Neufeld, you are changing your quantum?
Yes, I am. This is just my take on this. I don't prepare these. My role is by necessity. I'm now considered a consultant who I review reports and make commentary on, and somebody else prepares these and presents the value. I'm free to disagree with them, my own companies or the assessors, and I do disagree with this. And I would say that as a standard of appraisal, you're likely going to be looking at the direct comparison approach for a converted house, because there's no investment world I know of that rates houses, converted houses, as investment properties. They don't ever trade on that basis. It's usually an owner-operator who wants and needs some form of commercial space. And fortunately, we did have one sale in a similar location. I know that the work that was described on page 4, I know that they're working on it, and so I don't know the cost of that repair. I can tell you that a permit was issued for repair, which is still open. It was issued in November of 22. And there appears to be a fair amount of work required. It looks like structural repair is required. I don't know if you want a copy of that permit. November 21st, 2022, is structural repair requirement.
Mr. Neufeld, that would be post-reference, so thank you. No.
Well, it's not post-reference as to physical condition. It's post-reference for market only. This is a physical factor. It's got structural defects. So I think the board should consider the structural defect and assume at some point that there will be a repair, and the evidence we've supplied would be the appropriate value. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Schable, did you have questions?
Yes, please. Let's open page 3 of agent brief. Which comparables from this table you rely on?
I just said I'm not relying on any of them. The closest rent would probably be 470 River, which is off Osborne.
Okay, you don't rely on page number 4 as well?
I'm not applying a rent to the property. I've provided storage rents, legal storage rents that are actually count in the building square footage. It's $4 approximately.
So you talk about basement rent, yeah, correct?
No, the basement here is not a rentable space. It would be for the upper levels, and that's why this is some guidance, but it's not. I wouldn't apply it to this. We don't have a rentable basement.
And your comparables on page number 4 around 7, 8, 6, 13, 12,000 square feet. You believe that these comparables relevant for 3,000 square feet of home usable area of 2.5 building?
No, I'm saying that the income approach is probably not the appropriate method. So looking at this is just an indication of what the market could bear if it were an investment property, but it's not. I disagree. I think it would be sold by the direct comparison approach.
On your page number 5, you provide preliminary issue from 2014, how it's relevant for 2021 assessment years.
I'm not putting weight on that.
Okay, keep going. What about page 8, saying 2014 assessment years?
No, this was
property in downtown, how it's relevant to the subject.
This is a matter that came up on the confusion about one of your colleagues on how fee simple actually worked, and we've been putting it in our evidence because fee simple is not what we're supposed to be looking at. In this case, it's not a factor.
Okay, page 11, you provide vacancy rate for downtown properties. It's as well not relevant to the subject property.
It was part of this other document that was put in its entirety.
On page 13, Stark Johnson report, I don't see any information about your direct comparison approach. What cell you compare?
Well, there are some rents in here, and these are asking rents. So beginning, first of all, we presented the document in full. Beginning at the top of page 16 is the suburban miscellaneous. So a review of the suburban miscellaneous is just to look at, to see if there are any other asking rents. that would be appropriate for this. And the point on these is that they're all purpose-built properties. I think actually I noticed one. No, that's not an exception. These are all built as commercial properties. There's no converted houses in here that I see. I'm just glancing through the list. No, these are river. No. I think this just brings home the point that converted houses don't fit anybody's category of income-producing properties.
So you don't have any lease to support your requested $12 per square foot for subject property?
No, I mentioned there is one that is in our list that is appropriate. The one on River, which is, if you recall, it's there's two buildings. They're built like houses. I'm not sure. I think they were purpose-built commercial. They look like houses across the street from Safeway. And that was one that we thought was an interesting comparison for the subject at $12.50. It is, though, a better location than the subject.
You didn't provide any evidence about similar property sale. You're talking about price per square foot.
Yeah, I did.
Provide any support evidence.
Page 43, I mentioned there was one sale to look at.
Which one? Beyond page 43, potential investment research. What we're looking on? Base square footage, price per square footage you're talking about? We can see roll number, years, living area, land type, address, date, sold price, investment number. So you don't provide any evidence to support your statement, correct?
I already said I did. It was the sale on this page, 54 Balmoral.
54 Balmoral, let's find out. It was sold in 2020 for $585. Divide by lease, 3463. It gives $168.93 per square foot, and you want 96,000 you requested. Divide for what our gross area? 3,184. It gives you only $13 per square foot, and you give us comparables $168 per square foot.
That's not what I said.
So you undervalued the subject property, correct?
That's not what I said.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Newfield, do you know anything about the sale that happened in 2014?
Very little.
Right.
I know very little. I believe that the person who bought it had intended on trying to use part of it and lease part of it, and he ran into problems with his structure. That's all I know after the sale.
Is there a viable operation going on in this building in regards to whatever's happening inside with the tenants, etc.?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. And you had referenced that there's a letter there, which is post-reference, but it's applicable to the occupancy.
The physical condition, it's applicable to, yes.
Yeah. So I read through it, and there seems like there's only going to be, instead of the previous 5 tenants, only maybe 2.
Yeah, that's what that letter says. There. I don't even know if there were 5 tenants previously, because that is the city's workup of it. My understanding was, and I was in this building when it was a photography studio, and it was a single tenant user. And what they had on the upper floors, that I remember going up there. Oh crap! I think I appraised it. Was photography rooms, studios, and were up there. That's weird. This is Winnipeg, is a small town. I appraised it at one point.
So this is typical, I guess, for houses that are converted to, single family homes, etc., but bigger homes to be, a business taking place in it. Is that not true?
Yeah, on when they're on main artery mostly, and there's some potential for some street traffic. It is getting harder and harder to do it because there's 2 opposing forces to that. One are the neighbors who complain about the traffic, and the other is the city, who don't like the destruction of affordable housing. But it does happen, and Osborne is one street where you see it. Corydon, you see it. There's a couple of other streets where it will happen on. Marion, of course, has a fair amount, and Ellis, Sargent. When these occur, it's never an investment property. It's always a user property from one user to the next, and I think that's the downside on the interest in it.
Mr. Newfield, wouldn't there be almost like a grandfather clause in there in regards to the occupancy? And
only as it relates to a permit, if the use stays the same. So if you change the use, you need a new permit.
Why did the owner apply then?
Oh, well, the former owner, and this is all coming back to me now, because I remember going into the photo studio, was either relocating or quitting the business. So the purchaser was not keeping the photography studio in it. So he was looking for a different use. And I guess that triggered the inspection for occupancy permit, and then the denial of the permit based on that inspection. So you can only grandfather if you keep the same use. And this didn't happen.
So your verbal value is based at $169 a square foot and 2,054 square feet, correct?
Yes, which is the upper level space, yes.
Okay, and that comes to $347, eh?
Yes.
All right, I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Boreski, questions?
Yes, I'd like a little bit more information about 54 Balmoral. You able to take us there so that we could see it?
Well, what do you mean by that? Pictures?
Well, by one means or another.
Sure. I mean, I had looked over this property before when I had put this list together, and it's as you would expect on Balmoral, a very square house.
Where on Balmoral?
It's about midway between Broadway and not Westminster, not Sarah. What's the other cross street that goes through there? I don't recall. It's half a block south of Broadway, and it faces on to the Great West Lifeland.
Are you able to take us there by electronic means?
Of course.
What would you suggest we do?
I don't know what you like.
It's your evidence, so we will follow you.
Well, that's great. I'm just looking at the outside picture of it. It's a 2.5 story, a wider footprint, a front porch.
What is it that you're looking at? Sorry to interrupt. Where are you looking at?
Right now, I'm just looking at Google Street View.
Oh, and do you want us to go there?
Sure. Do you want to do it yourself, or you want me to send you a picture?
I think we could mimic what you're doing.
Okay. Oh, good. And the other thing I can do is find the listing as well, and send you the listing.
Okay, I'm on Street View. I see several houses. Which one are you referring to?
54. It's the one that's if you're looking on Street View, it's second level is brown, and there's a yellow house to the north.
So the one that has the like a full-length balcony on the second level?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that helps actually seeing what it looks like. And is this totally office use?
It was a family services building for a shelter, and that's when I praised it too. This was a long time ago, back in 2006 or 7, and they were trying to set it up as a care facility for battered women, and they couldn't get civic approval on it, so it became another form it was a meeting center, a crisis center after that, I believe. And so actually I've been in that house too. And I'll tell you what I recall about it. You go down memory lane. It's very Presbyterian. The Scottish build things in 8-foot lengths to save money. They don't like to waste lumber. Everything was divisible by 8 feet. Just a strange thing I was noting at the time.
Has it been demised inside so that it is broken up into offices?
No. At the time I was in there, it was what they had done is repurposed some of the rooms to meeting rooms and office spaces. So a bedroom became an office or a client consulting room, and a lower level there was an administrator, I think, using in the dining room. So there was it was just a basic repurposing without renovations, using the space that they had.
Well, and I'm struggling with this 2020 sale being comparable to the subject property if it was just a sale as a residence and not as a residence converted to office.
Oh, I see. No, it at the time of sale, it was zoned and classed as office because the letter in front of it, CMOFF, that's the city's classification of it as office. So it falls into the same category as the subject in terms of being a permanent code change.
So are all the houses in that stretch of Balmoral coded that way, or is it?
No. It'd be on request, and then there'd be some neighborhood opposition, obviously. But I'm looking at the recent sale history, and I note that it has been CMOFF since at least 2019, and I'm on a different search engine, and it doesn't have pictures on it, but it's just giving me. There was a previous sale in 2019 at $355,000, and then the sale you're looking at $585,000. And set as office, 1911. Ground floor is 1313 square feet, and total living area 3463. And it's based on a fee simple value, no specific issues with the sale.
Do you know who is using it as an office?
Let me just try one more thing, maybe.
There's no apparent signage, so I'm wondering.
Niche technology.
Do you know, has it been substantially altered inside in the last 20 years?
No. And the reason I say that is I just came across the historical designation for it. So obviously there would be some prohibition against doing that.
Huh.
Oh, it was owned and used by the Tau Kappa fraternity in the 1970s. Interesting.
Not quite sure what to do with that information, but I think that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Neufeld, on page 4 of your brief, there's this letter from the city. Do you know what actually occurred in terms of why the second floor is unusable?
Yes. It is, sorry, I just had that in front of me here. There was a list of defects that I found on the permit site.
Can you speak to them?
Yeah, okay. Structural repair, replacement of staircase, second floor exit door, removal of a window, replacement of original roof framing with new roof trusses, 2 new windows, electrical and mechanical. So it's structural repair, and that was November of 22. So my reading this, it's the loss of the second floor was no fire exit and stairwell not functioning properly.
Right. Would you not agree that your property at 54 Balmoral is an inferior location to the subject property?
The subject would have probably a bit better commercial appeal on Osborne. The Balmoral site would have an alternative use appeal on Balmoral of where it's located because facing the park in front of Great West Life. Lots of demand there for uses like the group facilities and it makes right now what's happening in that neighborhood is a tremendous amount of gentrification because you have all these old houses that have slipped into being rooming houses and can be brought back to the market and converted to single or dual occupancy. And I think I just quoted you the 2019 sale, 355,000, 355 a year. Not even a year later, 6 months later, it resells for 585,000. So that to me says that the upside's been picked up there with some work on the house.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions. Does either party have a wish for a summation on this property?
No, thank you.
I think essentially that the housing conversion to commercial is not something that the income approach is appropriate to use. Excuse aside, this should have been valued on direct comparison, and a collection of office house conversions should be looked at to see what the market is paying for it. We were fortunate to have one interesting sale, similar neighborhood qualities, almost perfect age-wise, my opinion is that that's the sale we should chase, not a rent that's not achievable. And is work required in the house. That's obvious as well. So we're not talking about something in good condition. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we're live.
Thank you. And I would like to call this meeting back to order. We are moving on to 1581 Pembina Highway, and this property has a non-co-op. Ms. Schabel, if you would start us off on this property and speak to the non-co-op.
The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, Section 53(3)(b) of Municipal Assessment Act. And if reduction assessment in order that follow Section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act. Let's open page.
Madam Chairperson, I think we're going to ask for this to be confirmed. I just received 30 seconds ago a communication from the owner, and they've requested some information from 311 about a particular issue with the penalty and the city's tracking, and they've been told they won't get an answer for 3 days. So I imagine what we have to do is confirm this and deal with it at a later date.
So you want to confirm the non-co-op?
Well, you just confirm the whole appeal. Obviously, it makes the point of non-cooperation irrelevant. It's just the city can raise it again on appeal, and at that time, hopefully, we'll have the information that we were looking for.
All right. Ms. Schabel, could you just read in the roll and file number, please, and the address?
File number 22-3051, roll number 0306620200 at 1581 Pembina Highway.
All right, thank you. The panel is just going to take a short recess. to call this meeting back to order. And we are granting the non-co-op to the city. And Mr. Neufeld, you are not going to be presenting any information, your brief, etc., and you were asking for a verbal confirmation on this property?
That's correct.
I thank you. We will then move on to 2536 Main Street. And Ms. Schabel, the floor is yours.
Ooh.
File number 22-3373, roll number 0500942416 at 2536 Main Street. We are valuing the property as a stand on January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,308,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building located in 323 Riverbank neighborhood, occupied land area of 44,680 square feet, and gross floor area of 12,000 square feet, 2-floor building. On page number 2, subject property leases exist. We have occupancies 101 its main floor and 200 its second floor. So let's look on existing leases. Lease on main floor on 201 units, occupied since 2020 for 5 years, 1,419 square feet at $20 per square foot. Another lease and units 201, 102, occupied since 2020, 783 square feet at $20. Units 103, 104, all units occupied $20 per square foot net rent. Second floor 206, Sonova Credit, it's occupied owner, no, yes, 2007, its units on second floor, chiropractor occupied size 2018 at $17, 1,200 square feet. And another units 208 at $12, size 2017, it's 5 years before reference date, so should be a worth adjustment. If you're looking like leases, a subject property located northeast of the city. On page 3 and 4, more more air photos and street view of 2-floor building in a regular shape of land. On page 5, we use subject property market.com. We applied 8,982 square feet at overall $17.29 for same type of property office. We apply vacancy 6%, effective expenses 3%, shortfalls $8 per square foot, in capitalization rate 5.95%. On same page number 5, I presented 4 leases and similar neighborhood, 300. Let's look on my leases on Main Street, very close to the subject property building, lease size 2011 of 2,501 square feet at $18. On Leila, lease size 2011 over 2,000 square feet at $18. Another lease 1155 Main Street, a lease size 9088 until 2023 over 1,000 square feet at $18.50. Another lease, 1450 Macmillans, lease in 2016 and $80. So we see mean or average $18.30 and media $18 and model generate $17.29. Let's look my brief on page number 9, presented income expenses melter submitted to us, where I put leases, existing leases on page, second page. On page 13 started my leases, lease comparables. First on 2526 on $18 per square foot, you can see building, irregular shape of site. On Layla, 803 Layla, lease it's $18. It's, you can see, close to, very similar to the subject property. 1155 Main Street, lease $18.50. And another lease 1450 Macmillan at $18. So, and we apply only $17.29 and less than 9,000 square feet. So it's fair and very well supported by my evidence. So based on evidence, it is reported as assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $2,308,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, page 5, was this all done by the model?
Correct.
And in terms of calculating vacancy, where does the data come from?
It's office building, all office building, suburban office building. We apply vacancy law 6% across the city to be fair.
Sorry, where does it come from?
It's a statistical number by analyzing all income expense mailer across city submitted to us.
And do you have different levels of vacancy for different types of building, or is it always 6% for office?
For office, 6%. Suburban office, yes.
And the calculation for the non-recoverable costs, where does that come from?
Same answer, through analyzing income expense mailer provided to us. All office space, we apply 3% expenses and $8 per square foot for vacant space.
Now, did you look at the subject's history of non-recoverables?
Not.
Did you look
It's mass appraising report. I support rent.
Did you look at the subject's vacancy rate?
We can look on page number 2. We can estimate they showed less than 9,000 square feet and two units empty, but gross floor area 12,000 square feet.
Did that have any bearing on the valuation?
No. Usually vacancy we apply straight for 10 years. It's account. If it will be zero vacancy, we will still apply 6% for future vacancy.
The shortfall cost, which is at $8, is this the same for every building in OFS?
Correct. For office building, yes.
So in this particular case, the rents you've got at average of $17.29. So if the rent were $10, would that shortfall be the same amount?
It's a shortfall estimate through analyzing income expense model provided to us. It's average across the city. We apply $8 per square foot. No further answer.
So is this a rate that's applied to all OFS spaces?
Correct.
Okay, and when you have we just heard another property where the average rent was $14, so it's the same $8 that applied to that property?
Let's look. Previous was 755 Osborne Street on the broker. Same $8 per square foot.
Okay. In regard to
It's
the vacancy,
average, to be fair, for all properties.
in regard to the vacancy rate at 5.9%, your chart on page 7, is this, you have suburban A, suburban B, OFS. Is there just, would be just one category for OFS?
You're talking about capitalization rate or vacancy?
I'm asked about capitalization.
So, subject property suburban, we have 16% of property across the city between 5.6 and 6.9%.
But my question was, do you have a distinction between A and B? Or was
You
that
can
just
see A and B has same number, and Colliers doesn't distinguish A and B as well.
Now, your rate that you've applied at 5.95% is lower than any rate reported by 3 companies that sell properties.
But it's
Why?
inside of our rate,
Sorry, I
5.7,
was.
6.9.
I want to finish my question, please. Why would you, first of all, use other companies' reports that don't support your rent, your cap rate? And secondly, did you not think that they might know more about sales than the city?
Our assessment taxation department capitalization rates are further supported by comparison real estate market reports from Colliers International Canada, CBRE, National Research, Cushman and Wakefield.
Yes, well, I understand you're reading that, but my question is, they do not support your rate, do they?
They showed their rate and our rate, if you look on my page 7, paragraph number 2, for the 2023 general assessment, capitalization rate were derived from model-generated estimates of net operating income and sale prices. There were a time adjustment to April 1st, 2021. The assessed value produced by the application of those model-generated capitalization rate were compared to sale price. The assessment to sale price ratio were calculated. The resulting ratio statistic for assessed taxation departments income producing models to satisfies the standard specified in the set forward and standard of ratio studies published by International Association of Assessing Officers.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was, your third paragraph said that your rates are supported. Your rate is 5.95. Which one of these companies actually supports a rate that low?
To example, Korea showed rate 6 to 6.75. It's inside our range from 5.6 to 6.9.
They don't support 5.95, do they?
But it's analyzing of all existing sales in the city by the model.
How many investment sales occurred in the office category in the last 2 years?
I don't know.
Did any?
I don't know.
Well, do you have any data in your system? Are you aware of any actual capitalization rates?
I don't know.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Maris, questions?
No, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
And Mr. Boreski?
The subject property is 2-story. Are all of your rent comparables 2 stories?
My rate comparables was 1 story and 2 story.
They
But
are
in
one
similar
and-
neighborhood, yeah. Very close to the subject property.
And you have only one rent, though, showing. Do the comparables that are 2-story have different rents on the 2 floors?
I don't have this information.
would one not expect them to be different?
If a two-floor building doesn't have elevator, second floor will be lower. That main floor, if elevator exists, it will be very close to the main floor area.
You said that the same shortfall is used in all cases for OFS. Is the shortfall ever varied?
From assessment to assessment, yes. For 2023, it's $8 per square foot. It's statistical deliver analysis of all income expenses provided to
No,
us.
I know that, but that's not my question. Is the $8 amount that is applied generally to OFS ever varied?
No.
Okay, that's all my questions.
It's to be fair for similar property, all property across the city. We apply the same shortfall for each portfolio.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My questions have been asked and answered. Mr. Neufeld, if you would like to proceed with your brief.
Yes, thank you. So the property is a two-story office on a development site, and you can see on picture page 1, the red dot is this office property. The property further east on Main Street is Sonova Credit Union, and they also own this office building. They also own the lot to the south, which is Shoppers Drug Mart, and they bought all of this land, put up their bank, and then subdivided into these areas. And so what you'll notice about the features on it are that for example, the subject, if you look at the property lot lines, doesn't have the greatest access. It's got access off Red River Boulevard. Sonova actually has no access at all legally. So they're all operating on shared access. So they're, as common ownership, they would have that. And it is a bit of an irregular situation. The rents that we've used are very, very similar to the assessor's rents, and I don't think that that's why we're here today to quibble over a few $1,000s on income. We do vary from the assessor, and it's by approximately $4,000, and you have seen the statement, and you can see our number from the statement. What we did was we calculate. There's 2 vacancies or 2 non-paying clients, 2 units. We, at the bottom of page 1, we estimated as full and then subtracted the expenses of $110,000, coming up with $151,452 in potential income. And whereas the assessment department is at $155. It is a small difference, but I think what we're dealing with is a series of smaller differences and failure to understand the valuation of a property like this. Vacancy is a bigger issue. What we've done on vacancy is, first of all, the actual vacancy, we have it written in at 11.69, and I know the statement provided to the assessment department lists it at 19%. One of these units that's unoccupied is it is available for lease, and Sonova uses it from time to time for having meetings in. So it's difficult to say that it's empty. They're still getting some use out of it. So we've ignored it as being vacant, but the other unit has been vacant since it's been built. So this is a chronic problem. 11.69% is been forever. And it did take quite some time to absorb this after it was built in 2010. And yes, I was working for them in 2010, all the way back then when they built this property, and I've been tracking their vacancy for all the years it's been open, and this is the best it's ever been, which is rather ironic considering the market around them. So what we do on vacancy is look at trying to stabilize this and look at the market, and we use the Johnson report. There's 3 numbers we're typically using in suburban. One is the citywide vacancy at 9.9%. That's all office. Suburban at 7%, because this is suburban, and it does show a lower rate. And that's something that came out of probably COVID, because it was the migration to the suburbs. So it is performing a bit better. And then we have the actual at 11.69%. And we take the mean of that at 9.53. And I think that that's a very good way of stabilizing is don't put your head in the sand and focus on one, just one factor. Get a true picture of the market. The issue of non-recoverables, is next, and we're using 5% plus 2%, and the statement provided is a pretty good indication of what the non-recoverables are. They recover from their statement 69,000 plus potentially 14,000 more from the rental income loss. So they're recovering probably potentially 83,000, and their expenses are 110,000. That's this actual non-recoverable in this particular site. And I hope I'm not going over this too fast, but the numbers are all on the assessor's page 9. So the non-recoverables are significant. In this case, they're made a bit worse by the shortfall. So if you were looking at their declared ones, add the shortfall, add the non-recoverables, and you can see we're still understating their actual losses. But that's typical of all buildings. Our own study, which is on page 45 and 46, I started doing this in August, and July, August, and I'm only up to 2049. So I'm sequentially following every Collier's managed property, every property I have a decent statement on, and tracking the non-recoverables, because these are professionally managed operations, and these are actual non-recoverables. They do form a part of every property, and the key statement is very, very simple. Follow the money. You can't wave away non-recoverables with a pencil, because they exist. And when you go to tell the owner at the end of the day, here's your return, and if you told them, well, yeah, but you're eating the non-recoverables, no, it doesn't happen. You must. They are a factor in all, and you can see that the concept of non-recoverables is interesting in that they don't occur every year all the time. They go up and down in cycles with the building, and a really great example. And there is a post reference in here, but 200 Portage, middle of page 45. And the only reason I'm showing you the post reference is just so you get an idea of what a building typically does. 17, 19, 20, and 21, it was 0.5%, then a vacancy, 33%, then another year vacancy, 33%, vacancy filled, 1%. This is a very indicative example of 4 years of performance, and essentially, but this one had a worse than typical problem. But the overall non-recoverables are about 17%, and there's a couple of other buildings that have similar experiences where they go up and down, and so the concept behind non-recoverables isn't to replicate a single year. Here's another one at the bottom at 2025 chord in 3 consecutive years, 3.3, 3.0, 11.5. When you average this out, it's going to be 6%. The idea behind non-recoverables is look at a long window of time and experience, and the window's got to be at least equal to a lease period, because this is the cost of turnover, and this is how it's captured. So our calculation on this was an average of 9.81, but a median of 7.0%, which is exactly what we're claiming on our page 1. And one last issue about non-recoverables. There is they are required in every appraisal, in every valuation, by everyone's standard. The sole exception is the city of Winnipeg, who decreed they don't exist. The textbook makes a rather interesting statement. It says non-recoverables are a factor of the market. That's who decides them. Not a city, not an appraiser, not an assessor. The market decides. So when you go out and sell a property, if the owner says, the purchaser says, no, I don't care about non-recoverables, we're going to cap it without them. If everybody does that, fine, but nobody does it, because that's not how properties are sold. So we do include them, and we know it's been a contentious issue with decisions on whether it counts or not. It will never go away until the assessor decides to replicate the market rather than create a system that ignores the market. I don't mean those to be harsh words, but it's the truth. Shortfall, I guess the issue with shortfall is that, and if you look through all of our briefs today, you'll probably find we use a different shortfall number all the time. So the city system is to apply a standard shortfall, a fixed number. The major component of all shortfall are the taxes, and the taxes vary, and they're the direct relationship to the rent. This place has a higher rent, therefore the assessment is higher, therefore the shortfall must be higher. So any shortfall should be floating and fixed, attached to the income generated, which determines the tax load. In this case, the tax load is $6.17 a foot. And you can see in some of the other ones we presented that the tax load is much, much less, and therefore the shortfall is less. And when someone's buying a property and estimating numbers, the property I never presented at 1581 Penman. We had it at 727 because it's an underperforming rent building. So it's they don't operate in isolation. And the assessor has such a complicated model for trying to determine rents and caps, and yet they only have one word for shortfall. I think it's more important than that. So our NOI, after doing all this, is 119. We've capped it at 7.25%. And to start off how we got there, we go to page, got it here somewhere, page 36. So our cap rate report is the most comprehensive you'll see in Winnipeg, because we've done most of all commercial sales. There was a true lack of sales in this period. And on page 43, this is actually why I produced this report on page 43, which I've showed you in the last property. This is a printout of every office sale that occurred from the day of the first restriction of COVID until April 1st, 2021. Not a single investment sale. So it begs the question, how can you have a cap rate if you don't have any sales to base it on? What Colliers has is a couple of other advantages. One is there were some sales of share sales, which don't get reported in titles. So we do have those. We also have, this is a collaborative effort of appraisal and brokerage. And I think I mentioned this before. I think I'm going to be the author of this in the upcoming year. So what the process is to go to the brokers who sell the properties and say, what is your expectation of a return, and deal with it. You'll note under the office, suburban office, we have 6 to 6.75. First of all, there's no such thing as Class A in Winnipeg. That makes it easy. Class B, definitions are on the next page, page 37. Suburban B, this is not a B. And this would be probably C quality. The new construction gives it that, but the deficiencies take it out of a B. A B is going to be, there's only 5 suburban Bs, and actually they're in the Johnson report. And they're listed here on page 15. He's got a bit more now than he used to. Now he has A's, but we all disagree with his A's. There are no A's. So you would put those into B's, but you'll note that what some of these are, and it isn't even a C in Johnson's list. It's going to be, I'm going to guess, miscellaneous category. No, it didn't even make it because it's owned by Sonova, and they just don't cooperate with Wayne Johnson. So it's, my point here is we're not tracking investment sales of this magnitude in our cap rate report. This is inferior to the list. Now, having said that, we go back to our cap analysis on page 2, and assuming that 6% is our starting point for the best property, just make deductions for the deficiencies on this. And because remember, this is a perfect rate of 6. Point number 1 is we have a different method of calculation, and they're going to hate me when I take it over, but I'm going to change this. I don't like that. What we do is a cap rate for the purchaser, which artificially brings the rate down. We need to have one that an appraiser would use. Like we include closing costs right now. That's going to change. Building size, the assessor earlier said small was good. No, small is bad. Small is bad. It's poor. It's a investment risk is best if it's spread out over a bigger area. One vacancy, in our case, is 11%. You had a building that was 3 times larger. One vacancy is 4%. And that's a real simple concept. The two-story aspect of it is a bit of a negative. In terms of, I think the major knock on this is the income growth potential and tenant strength. That unit's been vacant for 13 years. So an investor's going to say, well, have you ever filled it up? No. Are you ever going to fill it up? I don't know. And I think that's really the downside on this property. So 7.25 would be where we would end up. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Shagle, questions?
Yes, please. Let's open page 12 of HNP. It's a suburban office, correct?
Page 12? Yes.
And total suburban office vacancy of area altogether 5,397,058 square feet, 7%, correct?
Sorry, what line item are you reading?
Page 12.
Yeah, and which row?
Total suburban
Okay.
vacancy, 7%. It's much lower than yours, correct?
No, but that's the total suburban. And if you look at class A, B, C, government, medical, and miscellaneous, they all have different rates. So part of this includes government, which really shouldn't even be in the study. So that skews it off. It's listing at 0%. That shouldn't be an investment rate. And the actual numbers, there's a missing page that we should have submitted, which is the investment properties only, and that rate is 17%. So again, that's part of our reason, though, for trying to look at different sources.
Okay, let's open another source, page 15. You state that you consider it suburban class C, correct?
No, I said it's probably miscellaneous. I said it's probably miscellaneous.
And if you look at suburban C on page 15, it showed vacancy 4.31%.
I did not say it was. I did not say it was C. Let's see. I know all these buildings. One of the things you want to look at here is the size. The smallest one is 25,000 square feet, and the subject being 9,000 feet would not be considered a C.
Let's open page 17. Page 17. It's not here. Okay, on page 17 on the bottom, average 7.5% for all offices, around 3 million square feet, 7.5. And you still with much higher, correct?
This is the miscellaneous class, and the reason this is a number that was apparent in the numbers we used. But again, the risk of putting your weight in one category is, as one looks through these, there are numerous buildings in here that are owner occupied and really shouldn't be listed as a vacancy. And I'm just looking at, there's a couple here I'm just going to pick out here. Well, 730 Taylor. I don't even know why that's in there. That was owner occupied. Sorry, it'll take me like half an hour to go through all of them.
I didn't ask you to do it. Our search on this page shows that subject property vacancy should be between 4.3 and 7.5, correct?
No,
higher.
no. I mean, that's misuse of the data.
Let's open page 36. We look in suburban office quarter first, 2021. Suburban office by color 6 to 6.75, correct?
Nope.
And our assessment very close to this estimation.
No, that's we don't belong in that class.
Yeah, and you would like much higher, and you don't support any evidence how you came across this number.
Description, as you see, we're not a Class B office, and we prepare this differently. And this is what's called the best rate. You don't get the best rate. You don't walk in off the street and say, "Give me the best cap." Every cap is individual.
Let's open page 45 of your brief. All your information about Colliers Management Expense Study post-reference, August 17, 2022, should be removed from your brief, correct?
You know, you're being misleading again. You know the answer to this question already, and I believe you're being a little dramatic here. You know I wrote this August 17th, 22. I wrote it. Look at the data. You've been through this.
Statement data.
You have been through this before.
Yes. Let's look on column number 2. We don't see years of your estimation, correct?
Yes, you do.
For example,
you've heard this answer before.
No. What I see, for your first column, address, second state date, only date.
Okay, I'll answer the question as soon as you finish talking.
In my assumption, it's 2022, it's post-reference in first place.
You heard the answer before, you're wrong. The first one.
Okay, I want to listen answer.
I'm going to answer. Stop talking. 3 readers. First one. December 2017. I wrote it. That's how I wrote it. Go through the list. There's actually one that's post-reference, and I pointed it out to you. 200 Portage, December 2021. And I just put that as an example.
Let's open your list 2020. 8 St. Avenue. Not recoverable expenses, 2.68. It's very well support our evidence.
Which one?
It's 8 St. Anne, 2020 June. And showed not recoverable 2.6.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I'm having trouble determining where we are.
And on page 45.
Yes.
And I'm looking comparables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 comparables. Agent states that first number it's 8 years and after months. So 2020 June on 88 St. Anne showed not recoverable percentage 2.68. That very well support our 3%.
Well, that is a misapplication of data. That's like going into your model and finding a cap rate at 8% and saying, how come they're not all at 8%?
Because for our not operating expenses, we analyzed 2020 close to.
That's not how the study is done. It's not meant to be one in particular. We have one that's at 0.8% one year, and the following years it goes up. That's the nature of value.
We have another on page 46, 2020. It's 1215 border. It's much higher square footage, 50,000 square feet, and they showed not operating 3.5%. So our data really well supported by your.
Which one?
It's 1215 border.
18.9% and 11.
2020 December showed 3.5% not recoverable expenses.
No, you're reading that wrong. What that is, it's 18.9%, and there's an additional 3.5% in asset management. So the total is 22.4%. We've only used 18.9.
So no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
I have.
Mr.
Let's
Merritt?
open page
Excuse me, Ms. Schabel. We're
Okay.
moving on with questions. Thank you. Mr. Merritt, did you have any questions?
I have none, thank you.
Mr. Boreski?
Just a couple. You noted that access to the building is in part between the other buildings that face onto Main Street, and in part it's on Red River. Is that correct?
Yes. It has sole access on Red River. Well, it's sole,
Yeah.
they share the others, and the rest have got to go through 2512 and 2526.
Okay. Is there signage on Red River indicating what the businesses are in that building?
No. Not that I'm aware of. I got to think about that. I'm a neighborhood snob. I don't know.
Are you finding that out, or do we just go with I don't know?
Well, it's an interesting question. I'm just hit the street view, and I'm taking a look at it. So Main Street, no signage, no signage. Red River Boulevard. At the corner is the gas station, and that's not theirs. Signage on Red River. No, I'm looking at the access points. I don't see signage. No, there's a transformer. Oh, wait, there's one for enter for Shoppers Drug Mart on Red River.
So, in other words, there's no visibility that these businesses have on either Main or Red River?
No, other than what your street visibility is, and if you put a window sign up. Now there is I believe there's a pylon sign. Yeah, there's a pylon sign at the Sonova, and it's got on it Sonova, Accor, Brio Insurance. That's in the Sonova building, and there is a sign for the tenants. So there's a small red door, River North Cairo CBTI. So they do have a Main Street signage, a poster. So it'd be, I'm guessing, 2x6 roughly, a sign in each of them.
Okay. Onto page 40 something or other, where you had the cap rates, and for suburban B, as I recall, without going there, it was low was 6, high was 6.75.
Right.
But that's for Bs. Considering that there must be a lot of Cs in Winnipeg, why isn't there a figure for Cs?
The problem's always been good data because most of the Cs, when you review them, you'll find that there's not going to be an element of owner occupancy in them. So the rest of the units are kind of like a helper for the owner. And when you try to do a cap and then assign a rent to the owner's space, you're going to get a misleading number. That's number one reason. Number two is that a cap rate is an investment rate, and the level of interest in inferior quality properties is lower and variable, and often its motivations are different. When we list cap rate properties, we want to list properties where true investors will want to buy and purchase based on the revenue stream. It's just the motivation is different. Half of the sites, more than half of the sites, when I look at them, we would go through them and say, well, no, that guy bought it because he's the dentist and he wants a site and he's going to have a rent. And that's really why we do it. So, the mistake is then to assume that one cap fits everything. It doesn't.
Okay, so then if you've got enough sales and they are credible enough sales for the Bs, and they vary from 6 to 6.75, what is it you have that you can point to justify going north of 6.75 then?
The fact that what we report are the good ones, and our subject is inferior to that. And what we tried to do at the beginning of the year, when we realized there were no caps to speak of, and page 43 sums it up. This is all we have to go on. There were no office caps reported. And this is a beta miscellaneous listed in here. So what we're doing is a couple of things, is looking at some of the sales we have. And so we've had a couple of, as I mentioned, share sales, and they would be on superior properties. And then we have 20 agents over there, and we speak to them about what the expectations are in the market.
Maybe I can shorten it up with a little summary. What you're saying then is it's an intuitive process. It's not one that is analytical based on a population of considerable numbers of sales, and there is no sort of standard chart. No, it's an intuitive process after that.
I think that over the last 2 years, it's been leaning towards that due to the market issues. With COVID, there just haven't been sales because people aren't going out to the market to sell a building nobody wants. So it's more holding to see it until things turn better.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, I would just like some clarity, please, on the vacancy. You're saying that there are 2 different units that are vacant, correct?
Yeah, there's I just want to find them on the Unit 10 and Unit 11.
Okay, and you stated that one of them has been vacant since 2010?
Unit 11 has been vacant forever, and Unit 10 is Sonova is got a boardroom table in there and use it from time to time. We're not looking at that. We're just looking at 1,050 square feet as being chronically vacant.
I thank you for that. That's all my questions. Before we move on, I would just like to remind everyone that the City of Winnipeg is a respectful workplace. So if we could just be a little careful on our comments, I thank you all. We're going to move on to 785 Keewatin Street. And I understand this property has some preliminary issues. Mr. Neufeld?
Oh, you're saying in regard to class and liability.
Yes.
Is that correct? Oh, I think that those issues were entered in our appeal just in the event be safe, but it is all school exempt right now. Sorry, no, and there's a daycare in there, right? So we don't think we are going to pursue a change in class and liability, but rather a change in value within the values, the current classes, I should say.
All right, thank you.
If you want to confirm, we don't.
So do you want those withdrawn, Mr. Neufeld?
I have to check with Mr. Mercury on that. If it's not too difficult, maybe you can just confirm those numbers. So the class and liability. I'm just a little concerned here with the exempt and taxable. I don't know for sure. It's not my category yet. I thought he was supposed to be here too, but we had a lengthy morning.
All right. I thank you. Ms. Schabel, if you would like to proceed with 785 Keewatin.
File number 22-847, roll number 14100122265. Location is 785 Keewatin Street. We are valuing the property as a stamp of January 1st, 2023, based on economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal with respect now to the amount of assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, in this assessor opinion, that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 7,200,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building located on land area of 92,703 square feet has a gross floor area close to 27,000 square feet and building built in 2012. On page number 2, we have existing lease at the property. It's access northwest. The occupied property size 2012 until 2037. The occupied same square footage 26,994 square feet at $21.44. This lease started in 2012. It was negotiated in same years. The subject property located northwest of the city. On page number 3, I have more air photos and street view. On page number 4, I presented 5 similar type of property assessed centers across the city. First comparables 170 Goulet. They rent over 50,000 square feet at $19.79. Another property 1890 Pembina. They lease size 51,000 square feet, double size of property at $18.65. My third comparables 280 Bulls. Lease 38,000 square feet, double size of subject property, $20.50. Another assessed center of 1155 Caridon Avenue, 60,755 square feet, close to the subject property, $21.40. Another comparable of 650 Main Street, a lease of close to 76,000 square feet, 3 times more subject property at $18.54. Our media showed $19.79 for these properties. The lease size 2008, 10, 15, and 16. On page number 5, it's we estimate for daycare 2,245 square feet at $21.01. We apply 6% vacancy expenses, 3% shortfall, $8 per square foot, over capitalization rate, 6.5%. Estimate value of this square footage give us 177,000. On page number 6, we apply 24,749 square feet, average, I estimate somewhere, sorry, at $19.31. We apply same vacancy law, 6%, 3% expenses, shortfall $8 per square foot, a capitalization rate 6.5%, give us estimate income over a value over 6,000 square feet as $1,000. On page number 7, summary, how we came across 7,200,000. On page 10, income expense manner provided to us. And let's look on my rent comparables, assessed center rent comparables, 170 Goulet. It's a 3-floor building, 4-floor building with underground parking. 1819 Pembina, it's a regular shape. It's 1-floor building. On 280 Buff, it's 3-floor building, asset center, over 58,000 square feet. And my 650 Main Street, over close to 76,000 square feet of assessed center. In my last comparables, 1155 Concordia Avenue, we have 3-floor building at $21.40. So it's very well supported our assessed $22 or $21 per square foot. Based off this evidence, it's assessor opinion that the market value of subject property is $7,200,000 as of April 1st, 2021. And that's the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
The valuation that was done on page, I guess, summarized on page 7, is this all done by the model?
Correct.
And you've got multiple revenue streams here. I take it that page 5 is the daycare?
Correct.
Does the daycare have its own lease?
We distinguish 2,245 square feet was taken because it's full exemption.
But isn't it covered under the head lease and it's a sublet?
It's a daycare and we did its full exemption. That's why it's separated street.
How many leases are on the site?
We have only one lease.
So you've got 3 premise IDs. If you had amalgamated the 3 premise IDs, would you have a lower rate per square foot?
It's not. If you look on my income stream number 2, it's $19.31 per square foot.
If they were amalgamated, as they are under the head lease, would not your rental rate be lower instead of using 3 smaller spaces?
Our lease showed very close to lease report. It says 2012, $21.44. It's mass appraisal report, and plus model generate very close.
There is still not answering my question.
Please. I don't know your answer. Sorry for it.
Okay.
It's
all right.
not relevant. I say average $19.51 per square foot.
Now, the leases that you have, they are similar to the subject in that they are all head leases of WRHA, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the terms of these leases?
I came across my comparables similar to the subject property because it's unique leases and build specific for these leases.
Well, you state on your page 4, for example, that 170 Goulet is a 5-year term. Do you believe that's correct?
It will be a new, it will be a renewal lease, and the rent will be much higher because different market years has different market. That's why I point that this lease was signed in 2012 and was negotiation 9 years before reference date. Today, if they will negotiate lease, it will be much higher.
Where did you get the term from?
What kind of term?
The term of the lease.
For information provided to us. For example, on page number 2, lease until 2037, size 2012. It's 25 years lease.
For
assess Northwest as a subject property to occupy this space.
I'm talking about 170 Goulet. You put 5 years.
It's what reported to us, 5 years lease. So after 5 years in 2026, they will be negotiate new net.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the lease and I don't see this.
And you can see my 2, 3, 4, 20, 25, 30 years lease, a similarly subject property lease for 25 years. That's why I showed only these comparables.
I'm looking at the lease in 170 Goulet that you have quoted at 5 years, and I'm reading 25 years. So do you think your information is correct?
It was reported to us.
Okay, well, I should point out that I provided all the leases to the city. I reported it to you, and I'm looking at what I gave you. So do you think somebody got it wrong?
It's it's leases supported by income expenses mailer 2020 to post it on my comparables on page number 4.
Are you aware that every one of these...
I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that every one of these WHA leases was a cost recovery?
I don't know. I know that this building was specific built for these tenants. And
right.
Usually building specific built for these tenants. That's why it's separate comparables.
Being specifically built, so that's what I'm getting at. You're aware that the leases were not leases, but they were cost recoveries? They were essentially...
It's leases for 30 years, it's specific built for this.
Essentially, their loan repayments? You're aware of that?
I don't know this part.
Okay.
We assess only net rent, what they pay in our income estimation of market value.
Now, given that these were all done with motivation that was not a normal lease, is it fair to say that do you not think that they shouldn't be relied on for determining market value of rental property?
I already say subject property lease at $21.44 in our model generates similar rent.
And the impact of the government's decision to start making changes on these properties and canceling leases in healthcare, are you aware of that?
It's not relevant for today's assessment of subject property.
Are you aware that the government is canceling healthcare leases?
I don't know.
Okay.
Our assessment on rent, vacancy, expenses, shortfall capitalization room. It's income assessment.
All of these sites you've listed on page 4, being built for and payback through WHA, are you aware of the discrepancy in the cap rates between them?
We don't talk about cap rate or these properties. We talk about subject property. For subject property, we apply 6.5%. It's, if you look on page number 8, it's inside our 16 percentile, 5.6 and 6.9. It's all answered for your questions.
Well, I think it's a fair question. Let me backtrack that a bit.
We will have opportunity to provide additional information.
You are using 5 leases, as you're calling them, as
I use 5 leases for my rent
as
comparables.
Right.
My capitalization rate estimated by market by model 6.5%. It's inside our range for this type of property between 5.6 and 6.9. It's all 60% of the property across the city.
My question is, if you're using these as rent comparables, why can't you use them to compare the cap rates applied?
It's not comparison.
Well, we have the same tenant, right?
To estimate cap rate, we need a property to be sold.
But these are the same tenant, and the years they're built are within.
This property not for sale.
8 years?
It's not relevant questions.
The properties are within.
Or you
8 years.
confuse how to do an income approach.
They're within 8 years of each other, and they have the same tenant. And I'm wondering why you wouldn't have a more consistent cap rate between.
Our cap rate consistent. 60% of this type of property between 5.6 and 6.9. 60% of similar properties. Inside this range, it's statistically estimated or all existing sale in the city prior to 2021 assessment years.
Okay, so
my answer compared to cap rate.
Your answer, sorry, I'm just 1155 for Concordia. Your comparable in Concordia, that's not for a whole building lease, is it?
It is property not under appeal right now. The subject property 785 Keewatin.
I said, is it for the whole building to your knowledge, or is it just for one tenant, one floor on the property? Or 2 floors, I should say.
It's Concordia or 16,755 square feet. Lease was arranged in 2009 at $21.40.
You don't know any more, is it? Like, who's on the
no
first
more
floor?
information.
You have a picture of it. So who's on the first floor?
I don't have more information. It's not relevant.
You don't know who's on the first floor?
I select only similar tenants leases. It's relevant. Rest not relevant. Don't waste our time, please.
Do you know? Is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt, questions?
I have none, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Boraski?
You've provided 5 comparables, and I understand these are all access centers operated by the WRHA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these all of the access centers in Winnipeg?
Correct.
I haven't been in one of these. Could you tell me what goes on in the building and how it is demised?
It's assessed center, have different names, that's it.
No. What goes on? How are the buildings used? What goes on in the buildings? What is it?
This building built close to hospital. It's to support hospital with space. They have different type of doctors inside, a lot of programs going on there. But it's to support hospitals.
So it is only offices? Is it demised only as offices?
It's what Access Center usually provide. You can Google and see what Access Center. They provide different programs.
Well, I can't do that during this.
I've been in 280 booth. You can have doctor. You don't have to have family doctor. It's working in clinic there as well.
Okay, for our purposes, I can't go to Google and find out what is inside one of these buildings. I'm asking you. So yes. I need to know,
That's
is it strictly offices?
It's offices, it can be meeting rooms.
Are there any
building, medical building?
Are there
but no operation, surgery going inside this building?
Pardon me?
Hospital. It's no surgery going in this building?
No surgery?
No, that's why it's close to the hospital, but hospital can utilize this space as well, up my knowledge.
Okay, 1890 Pembina Highway. What hospital is that close to?
We don't have hospital, but 170 Goulet, we have hospital San Vital, 280 Booth. It's our hospital on Grace Hospital, 1155 Concordia, we have Concordia Hospital. And I'm not sure about Main Street, if we have hospital there.
I see.
But free
and so then,
close to the hospitals.
So these buildings then are designed strictly as normal office buildings, normal ventilation, etc., that you would expect to find in an office building.
No, it's therefore, more designed.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Therefore, you could expect these to eventually be leased out for some purpose other than healthcare to some lessees other than the WRHA, and they'd be perfectly suited to that. Is that correct?
It's specific design for Access Center. They have good high quality space, good ventilation.
So this is higher quality ventilation than you would expect in a normal office building?
Yes, that's why it's separate rate for space. It's more higher quality space. It's close.
Why does it have better ventilation than a normal office building?
Because it's requirements by this type of building.
Why is it required? Why is it required?
I don't know.
But you do know for sure that it is higher quality ventilation than you would find in a normal office building.
Because I put on the roll 2080 booth drive. I went inside and I inspect this property. Yes, it's quite high quality medical office.
Yeah. With respect to the leases, these are varying terms I see in your comparables.
Mm-hmm.
And these buildings were all built by private entities but leased out to the WRHA.
Correct.
Are there any terms like they're leasing to buy eventually? Is there anything like that makes this an unusual lease?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I just have one question regarding your comparables on page 4, your Access Center comparables. Do any of those have daycares attached to them?
I know 280 Booth Drive has daycare, for sure.
Okay. Also on your page 5, and this is the daycare, correct? On your income stream 1?
Correct. By municipal assessment act, daycare, licensed daycare full exemptions. That's why we create separate stream. Assessed center is just school exempt.
Yeah.
That way we can see two stream right now.
Yeah. So my question is just in regards to, and it's more of a curiosity. It says high quality finish. Is that not an unusual term to be attached to a daycare?
It's a quality of space. And you can see original list for $21.44. And daycare give us model generate to $22. It's very close to original list. It's fair.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, if you would like to proceed with your brief.
Yes, I actually sent in rebuttal to a question I asked the assessor about in regard to the government getting out of this business, and I'm hoping we'll get to that. And just some background on this, these are not all access centers. Access center is kind of a concept that at one point was a decentralization of health services. So there would be a variety of services that would be put into one of these buildings. The idea being to take them out of the hospital. Some had quick care, some had clinics in them. Just an anecdote, I remember going to one of these requiring quick care, and they said, yeah, we don't do that here anymore. And they sent me, that was one on Pembina, and I got sent to McGregor for that. So it is a bit disjointed process. Now, there are more than this. There's one on Henderson. There's one in Transcona that aren't listed here. The ones that are not, the one that is not a access center is two actually. 650 Main is half office and administration, and 1155 Concordia is hip and knee. And it's the doctor's offices for hip and knee, where they would see people pre-op, post-op. Incidentally, the landlord in 1150 Concordia is the Concordia Hospital Foundation. The landlord in 280 Booth is the Salvation Army. The other three are private people. So you'll notice that when you look at the lease terms on these, that the private built ones are running a few dollars below the ones, the internal leases, because it goes out of one pocket of healthcare and into another. They are changing their usage, and Keewatin is an interesting example because it was one of the first ones, and it's really evolved differently now. It's more of a community center, so they have a daycare, and to my knowledge, that's the only daycare out there. In the access centers, because this thing actually started its life as a completely separate entity. I've forgotten the name already, and then Shared Health, which was then WHA, assumed it and brought it into the system. All of these buildings were put into operation in a short period of time. The company that was involved with finding the sites and doing the leases was Colliers. So we assisted with these issues. So from first-hand information, the leases were not leases. All of these landlords were given plans and built to my plan, and then we'll make the payment on it. And essentially these were built to suit and loan repayments. We don't consider them evidence of market leases. And lots of other reasons too, being the motivation that isn't a typical market motivation to go to the market and look to put 300,000 square feet of new property, new uses on, and expect to get market rents. All of these were built. So definitely not meeting the definition of market, meaning loan seller, willing buyer, etc. non-arm's length. These don't represent them. So we're not putting any great weight on these leases at all. What we've been doing this year is really viewing the by one, and along with some changes in government policy. And the article I sent you is interesting, and it was written right after the change in government. The new government said these are horrible leases. We need to get out of them. And the last assessor said, well, you can't get out of them. Government signed it. No, you can get out of them, because there was a lawsuit that occurred a couple of years ago on a lease, and the government was successful in breaking the lease. And that's why I wish Mr. Mercury were here to explain it. But I think some of the board members may have heard the background of that event. So we don't consider them to be the evidence of other sites bears much weight at all. What we looked at was trying to see what was out there in the market that would be similar space. And on our page 4, probably the most comparable building is 850 Pembina, because it had a similar styles of use. And that building has, depending on the tenancy, has a range of $12 to $17 rents, and the 17 is obviously a small space, the 12 is larger space. A note will be that some assessors have thought to challenge these because of the way they don't match the face rates. These are not net leases on the rent roll. These are the non-recoverables are there, so these were calculated to net. There's another medical building there at 1750 Main, a bunch of small spaces, inferior building, and 605 Desmuron, 614 Desmuron, office in the suburbs. One which we're not using is 1558 Wilson, because my rents are old, and one was renewed at $12 and one was renewed at $15. We just never changed our numbers. And 895 Waverly at $12.50. There's another 850 Pembina, which is the third big space at $13.52. And the 1100 Waverly, the one of note there is the 18,000 square feet. That's Tower Engineering shell space, and they finished it themselves at $11. This is what we're seeing in the suburbs for office rental, and this is where it would be. You have to respect our sense of humor here as well. On page 5 to page 11, these were excerpts from a municipal board where the assessor believed that paid rent wasn't important and you should use fee simple rent, and paid rent in this case was $11 and he said 13. Well, the concept of fee simple cuts both ways. If you got a rent that is overstating the market, then you're required to bring it back down to that fee simple if that's your intent to chase the fee simple. And in that case, it's $13. 13 is good for if it's too low. 13 is too good if it's too high. And again, that's a bit tongue in cheek, but the bottom line is that's really what the market's indicating for big office rent of this style in these locations. From the data we've got, in terms of a capitalization rate, our concerns are, again, so none of these properties are going to fit the investment mold because they're government leases and there's issues with it. When we looked at these, page 2, and again, you start with a base rate of 6%. Well, we're talking about it, the new cap rates came in from Colliers, and they're all up 1.5 points. But that's post-reference. The difference being is that location. If you put an office building on Key Wayton, and tomorrow you put 30,000 square feet vacant, how long do you think it's going to take to fill? It's going to be a long time because there are no other users other than WHA. Locations are poor from alternate use. They're there because the government said we need to be in Kuwait, we need to be in Regent, we need to be in these particular locations. 2835 Penland is a great example. It was a smaller one, which was originally designed in an access center. When they rebuilt and did 190 Plaza to replace that building, the owner took it back and put it on the market, and within a year, he bulldozed it. That gives you an idea of where the market strength lies on a building that someone plopped in the middle of nowhere and said, I've got an investment. That is a bad thing. The design layout built to suit, it's a bit of a negative, but, in today's modern office, it just means you got to spend a little bit of money for adaptation. The quality and condition are generally pretty good. What we look as the major downside is the concept of what's the income potential, and not because of necessarily who the tenant is, but it starts there. All of these were predicated on the last government's policy. Then the now current government has a different policy. What will happen in the future is more properties like 280 Loop, which is located on the Grace. That was the last one put up. The concept is this concept of reaching out and going into more parts of the city is just not working, because what we're doing is we don't know what processes we're using. The concept of 280 Booth was interesting because it was the first time they joined quick care with urgent care or whatever else they call it in emergency rooms. They could actually triage on the spot and send you to the right person. And then the idea is that you would hopefully cut waiting times and get better service by instead of clogging up the emergency rooms, which has always been the case. So the future for these is going to be going back to the campus and back to the hospital and trying to take advantage of that sort of internal issue. And again, this is government decisions. So will it work? Who knows? But it's policy. It's not market. And anyone who confuses policy with market is making a severe investment error, especially the person who's going to end up with the empty building. So 7.5 is only an indication of the cap rate because there's still, all of them have about 10 years to run. And even if the government tries to get out of it immediately, we think they'll probably stay till the end. And at that point, there's going to be a major difficulty. That's our take on it. And as to the question I posed to the assessor earlier, the cap rates applied by the city, and I know you're not comparing assessments, but they really bother us because we have lows of 5.45 in Transcona and highs of 8.7% downtown. So there's no consistency in their application on these, and really that's our goal here is for the health, for shared health is to strive to have something that makes sense. And other than that, I think that's all I really had to say on this site. We're using $13 and, a little bit on this with the same concept of, vacancy is take a look at the two major rates that have the most statistical data behind them, 9.9 and 7, blended to 8.45. Non-recoverables, we have never seen the statement before because I work for the, tenant, not the landlord. I did notice in their statement on page 14 of the assessor's brief that they collect $142,000 in recoveries and spend $181,000 plus another $9,800. So my take on that is we're looking at about $50,000 in non-recoverables, which is the difference between revenue at $688 and earnings at $638. Real good evidence on non-recoverables in our market. They count. And other than that, the shortfall in this case is lower than the assessor has because these are school exempt, so the taxes are in this case $425 a foot, and so therefore the shortfall is less. Hypothetically, if it were vacant, I guess it wouldn't have an exemption, so the shortfall would be higher, but we haven't taken that into account. So our value on it is $46.50, and as to the breakdown, I think the breakdown is just on a square footage basis on the exempt space for the daycare because it is under a head lease, not a separate lease. So it would be sorry, let me just get that right. $22.45. Out of the total of $26,994, which is 8.3%. So 8.3 on $46.50 is $386,000 exempt, and $42.64 Class 40S, $42.64 and $386. But the percentage is 8.3% as to the class code. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, questions?
Yes, please. Let's open page 4 of agent brief. You would agree that assessed center space high quality compared to normal office rent?
Yeah, no, I've been in this building. It's pretty basic. It's kind of run down right now. This one's kind of run down. Regent's kind of run down. I think some of the other ones are in a bit better condition. Boothby New is. Plaza's in pretty good shape. Goulet is in good shape. Main Street's got some good spots and bad spots. And Henderson's kind of run down.
You haven't provided any assessed center rent, correct?
Any, sorry? No, because they're not rents. They're payments. They're loan payments.
You talk about existing lease. You didn't provide existing lease for the subject property, correct?
It does not.
All your statements.
It does not meet the definition of a lease. I supplied it to the city. They have it to peruse, and if they read through it, and I can send it to the board, you'll note that it is a cost recovery tool.
You did site specific. You mentioned that let's look in com expense manner in my brief, page 13. It's completely net lease. It's they recover property tax, administration, and utilities, correct?
No, they don't. They recover $142,000. They spend $191,000.
Let's open page 14 of my brief, supported to us. So recoverable expenses. You can see operating revenue, operating expense, recoverable expenses, $182,000, correct?
Yes.
And not recoverable expenses, less as $10,000.
Yeah. And recoveries are $142,000. So you're $50,000 short.
It's recoverable expenses $182,000 and $10,000 not recoverable expenses. It's only 5.4%.
No, you're missing the point. This is a journal entry header description. So when they say recoverable expenses, that doesn't mean they're getting the money. They just mean that these are typically recoverable. In this case, they are not being.
It's specific for 2020.
In this case,
recoverable 181,730 square feet. It's evidence supported by income expense measure, and their net operating income over 600,000. And you want less than 400,000,
no,
correct?
First of all, answer your question in two parts. They are a deficit of $50,000 from the rent. 688 revenue, 638 are the earnings. So if there were a net lease, 688 would be at the top and the bottom. So you're misreading this. They're losing $50,000 on expenses. As to what I believe it should be, would be 300 and, oh, this is bizarre. Oh, I see. The parking was shoved back in there. What I believe would be the number 417,000.
You state that page 14 reported to us net earning deficit 638,966. It's not correct. It's misleading us, correct? I have to ask for penalty.
I'm saying that, no, you don't, because this is my opinion.
Because by Municipal Assessment Act should be provided correct information.
No.
Our mass appraisal model based on correct information supported to us. And you state it's not right.
Okay, stop interrupting me for a minute. I get to say whatever I want. That's my opinion of value. I'm not held to the Section 56 3.2 in the Act because I don't believe it is a true lease. And I don't believe it's a true lease because I know it to be a cost recovery tool, not a true lease.
And you don't provide any evidence to support your statement, correct? We can verify your statement.
Well, I sent the leases to the city when we started this process in 2016.
It's not relevant. I'm not part of it. I don't.
In 2016, I have a whole file of all the leases. They were all provided to the city. So you have this information, and you've never done anything with it.
So subject property full assessed center full occupied, and you want around 8.45% vacancy. How so?
See, the point. So first, I'm not finished from before. The point I was trying to make.
I already moved. We talk about.
I'm not finished. Okay?
I don't ask you, Resto.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished my answer.
Would you please allow Mr. Neufeld to answer? Thank you.
We often see the assessor saying that we're going to assess and we're not going to pay attention to the paid rents. I've had it numerous times this year where we would show a paid rent, say, of $10, and the assessor says it's $18. And they said, we don't use paid rents, we use the model. So this works both ways. We know in this case, of course, because we did the lease to begin with. Pat Burke and Chris Cleverly did these leases, that these were not true leases. So we had actual reasons for not relying on the paid rent, and that's what they are. And that's how valuation works.
You truly believe that medical office space rent for $13 per square foot?
No, I actually think that that's rather on the high side, because if you look at an office building, a medical office that we actually have been looking at in our evidence, 1750 Main, and they're struggling between $9 and $13.
You relied on leases around 1,000 square feet. How old is this building?
The building is, I think it was built in the late 70s, and it's smaller space, and these are each doctor's offices. So one would typically these rents.
It's a subject property built in 2012.
Yeah, but typically
over 26,000 square feet. You rely on these leases, correct?
Typically, I'm going to finish what I was saying before. The smaller space will get a higher rental rate, and so these are rather overstated to the large space. And of course, 1750 Main is also a main thoroughfare. Keewatin is not. So those are some of the differences, and that is medical space. Sorry, and I missed your question. I was working on my last one.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
Yes, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Neufeld, can you give me the split again? And is it going to be based on the square footage? Is that?
Yeah, I've been through the space. The quality is the same. There's a head lease, and this is just a sublease. It's 8.3%.
Yeah.
And I put that at 300. Our value 386,000. exempt and 4264 school exempt.
Okay.
All right, come again. I'm a little slower than Ron is, obviously, at writing this down.
386,000 daycare, 4,264,040 school exempt.
4264.
64. 8.3%.
Yeah.
Yep.
And 91.7, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions or anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boraski?
Oh, yeah, so then, speaking of those numbers, I need to clarify something. Let me just go back to your first page. Whereas you were saying that it ought to be $4,650,000, you are now saying $4,264,000?
No, I'm just giving you the split because the split was never indicated here. This was all a total, so that the two numbers I gave you should total 465.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, yep. Sorry, I was misreading the way that I had actually written this up. Some of us use a handy little spreadsheet, and we plug your data into it, and then it, generally speaking, comes up with the same number that the assessor wants on the one side and the agent wants on the other side.
Okay.
So in this one, we have the same square footage for both parties. You're asking 13, correct? 13
Yes.
for rent. You got 8.45 for vacancy.
Yes.
7% expenses.
Yes.
770 for shortfall.
Correct.
Cap rate of 7.5.
Yes.
I'm not understanding because.
Okay, I see what you're missing here, and I missed this too. We put in the parking revenue.
Other.
Yeah. So
How much is that?
67,500.
67,500. Enter that.
And essentially, in the suburbs, you're not paying. No one pays for parking. So essentially, our rent is actually $250 higher, so it's $1,550. So, for example, you're comparing it to. I brought up our best building, which is 850 Pembina, going 12 and 15 and 13. Apples to apples, we're at $1,550 for the subject because that one's free parking.
Okay, that makes more sense then. Thank you. What direction has the municipal board gone in dealing with actual rents versus model rents?
It generally the argument brought to the board, it's always been in the last few years been the assessor saying you should be getting higher rents, and they're not ruling on that. They tend to be favoring the actual paid rents, but those have been investment buildings where it's exposed to the market and there's evidence of an effort to lease it, et cetera, et cetera. Now, going the other direction, they've been more understanding of special circumstances. So you have, and I'm just trying to think of a case that we brought in where we had a lease that was written up as a cost recovery tool. Generally, Altus brings more of those in than we do because I usually get the paid rent ones. It's rare for us to have these artificial rents, but they do tend to favor the market in that case. And I think the key here is always if someone's going to make that case, they can't just say, I don't like it, here's the right number. They got to say, here's why I don't like it. So when we argue for the lower rent being actual, like the last case we brought in, the broker actually did the deals, and he explained the difficulty. If in this case, if I was bringing it in, I would bring in the lease and say, here's the problem with it. Government ordered this. And then I'd bring in Chris Cleverly and Pat Burke and say, there's the agents, how did you get this deal? And they would tell us that, well, we told them what we needed to be built. We said we were going to do a 25-year term, and they gave us back the number. So and then I would say, is that typical? No, of course not.
So in this case, in this case, the $13 is imputed from looking at what the recovery is?
Well, the 13 is I'd like to say we use a real complicated process, but I think it's more a seat of the pants. If you take the $67,500 in parking, add that to the $13, you would get $1,550. Then take a look at our rents and look at the good buildings like 850 Pembina, and that's where we're at on it.
The 13.
Yeah, well,
the 13 for the
with the parking, it becomes $1,550 because no building in the suburbs charges for parking, but every single WHA lease was written with rent for the building plus rent for parking.
Okay, so if you combine the two, it doesn't really matter which way you do it.
No.
Combine parking revenue at the end or put it into the rent, you're going to come up with the same value in the end. Well, I'm still wondering, what is the justification for the $13?
Well, realistically, it's a work backwards from the total of 15 and looking at the best properties we had. On our page 4, for example, this is a building we're extremely familiar with. Probably one of the better suburban buildings, 850 Pembina, because it's got 55,000 square feet of space. And the last big deal in it was $15. And that's probably our best example of anything, of a comparable property. And it also has 3 organizations in it, the School of Nursing, the School of Engineers, and it used to be a family services operation. So it was the same style of usage.
Okay. So if that building was on the market, and it was going to be bought by somebody who was going to have multiple tenants in it, would the lease values vary considerably, potentially from one as a lessee to another? Would they vary by floor, things like that?
They would, but first you'd have to demise it, and it's not demised now. So after the cost of demising, and then figure out, are you doing separate washrooms, which is probably going to be something you'd have to do, especially if you kept the daycare in there. Then you would incur some costs, and then you would see some different rates because in the suburbs, different users can afford have a different budget, right? And so you might find maybe an accountant or perhaps even a doctor, although doctors prefer to live near Tuxedo. I don't know why. But prefer to rent near there, I should say, where somebody like that, a professional, they might pay a bit more. But then on the opposite side, then you may run into services. So hair, that sort of thing, who would pay less. Dentists would pay a bit more.
Okay.
And it would be hypothetical until you've actually figured out the demising costs. None of these are demised. It's all one rental space.
Okay. That's all my questions.
I thank you. I have no questions. And Mr. Neufeld, I believe you have rebuttal.
Yeah, it's just an article written, and then I've referred to it already. It's so you have it in the record. It's just an indication of the problems with government-backed rental agreements. One government says it's good, the next one says it's bad, and they're making changes. And I don't know if anyone's been tracking the quick cares, but there've been, I believe, 3 or 4 of them closed down, put up for sublease. Some were quite successful in their subleases. It's a struggle for all governments, fair to say, to do something with healthcare. Everybody's got a different idea. So we're simply bringing into question, and this concept of what's interesting is this statement made by the then minister is that they take the flexibility out of the system as the new government looks to cut costs and improve services. Here's the good one. These are unusual leases. The length of time would be unusual. And so the minister's now saying we have an unusual lease, leading some strength to our statement that because these aren't leases, these are cost recoveries. They do have the ability legislatively to cancel a lease, and they've done it before. I don't think they're going to do it, but I'm an investor. I certainly wouldn't be buying an access center for an investment.
All right. Thank you. Does either party have a wish for a summation on this property?
Yes,
do you mind? Could I ask a question about the rebuttal?
Of course. Proceed.
Thanks. I'm forgetting the proper term, but given the fact that these are, in most cases, very long-term leases that are evidenced by the assessor's comparable list, and you've talked about the changeability of government policy, if these were regarded as leases, would they be regarded as, what's the proper term, Mr. Newton, shaky, relatively shaky leases?
Yeah. I mean, why we're talking about this is I just was finding the search part. Mr. Mercury was speaking to this, and he skipped out on me today. But the government has done it. 800 Adele, which was a 20-year lease that the last government established. They canceled it. The owner took them to court, and court upheld in 2019 that they could cancel their leases. So I think it's sending a message out that if, we might be doing that, we could do it.
What is the impact then on, say, cap rate, if it's questionable whether the lease will actually go to the full term?
Well, I would look at it a slightly different way. I would have some confidence that the government would have to pay up for the rest of their term, and then when it goes back on the market, it's going to be significantly lower. So I would probably be advising people that let's do a long-term discount cash flow analysis. Let's say we're getting whatever, $20 for it now, but when we put it back on the market, we're probably going to get 10 to 12, and we might have to put a few million into it. And it's a simple mathematical calculation with Excel to come back to a present day cap on that. So it's going to be a downward pressure on the cap, a knowledge that capital will be required for conversion. I think what you said earlier was right. The best thing you could do with these is probably multi-tenant them. But you could be spending $100 a foot to do that. So you're into it for $2 million. And then going out to the market and attracting rents, probably in the 13 to 15 range, rather than 10 or 8 as is. And I haven't done the math on it, but the overall impact would put pressure on the cap, for someone to be, calculating all this in advance, on the rest of the term on that. So maybe, a point and a half. Probably.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does either party have a wish for a summation on this property?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Our job are to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. We are valuing the subject property as it stands on January 1st, 2023. This subject property is assessed center. Its house in best use, like medical office. My opinion of value is supported by rent rate comparables that very similar to the subject property. Same access center, plus my comparables was built after 2008, specific for this type of tenants. Plus a rent supported by existing lease. The agent has relied on rent comparables that are signed more than 1 year or completely different. It's office leases and with smaller square footage that has undervalued the subject property. Based on my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2021, the subject property value is 7,200,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. First, I have to say that I'm now on my second straight day of appeals. I started yesterday morning at 9. We finished a little after 6 o'clock, going all day with a 15-minute break. And today, 9 o'clock, now we're hitting close to 4:30, and I had a 20-minute break. I'm a little punchy, and sometimes a little quick-tempered, but I believe in what I'm saying, and perhaps I don't want anyone to confuse attitude with the way that I believe in what I do. This is not an appropriate valuation. I've been working for WHA, now Shared Health, since 2016, and I know all about their past. I know a little about the future, which I obviously wouldn't share. But the past is enough to indicate that we have a changing healthcare system. We had leases that were prepared and done on a cost recovery basis, so they're not a lease. And we have the future that will be different. We have these large access centers built in places like Keewatin that will never show a market value. Remember what the Act says. The Act doesn't say, let's rely on what at least the government made to determine value. What they say is, what is the market value? Willing seller to willing buyer, probable price. And if this were put up for sale, whether there was time left on the term or not on the term, it's not going to achieve a good number. 2735 Pembina is the best example. Government was done with it, bulldozer steps in. And that was good Pembina highway space. Nobody wants it. So what we're looking at here is a bit of reasonableness, and not relying, for once, I'm saying don't rely on the paid rents. But I have a reason to. I've done my research. We've done our research, and there's actual support for not relying on the paid rent. It's a government policy. It is not market. If it were market, I'd be saying embrace that rent. But you can't. And thank you for your time. And I'm done for a day now.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Neufeld, for your appearance here this afternoon and for your briefs. At this time, we are going to just take a 5-minute recess.
Greatly appreciated.
Okay, I have me on a martini now. Are we off the air?
No, we are not. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And good afternoon, Mr. Slaughter.
Good afternoon.
And if you would like to affirm, Mr. Slaughter.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We're going to proceed to 365 Osborne Street. And Ms. Shable, whenever you would like to proceed.
File number 22-1180. Roll number 12097637300. We are valuing the property as it stands on January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition of April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $16,718,000 and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, built in 2006, two-floor building in located neighborhood 665 Lord Roberts. It's situated off land site of 183,380 square feet. It has gross floor area of 76,282 square feet. On page number 2, subject property has existing lease by Bell Canada since 2007 at all 75,986 square feet at $13.75 per square foot net lease. The subject property located southwest of the city. On page 3, 3 and 4 more subject property air photos and street view. My rent comparables presented on page number 4. You can see that neighborhood close to the subject property, 600 and years built before much older than the subject property that built in 2006. So my 8 comparables showed mean or average $19.87 or media $20.50. On page number 5, our subject property income stream estimation, we apply 76,282 square feet at $16.51. Vacancy loss, like for all office buildings, 6%. Expenses 3%, shortfall $8 per square foot, the capitalization rate 6.65% for this property. On page number 9, started income expense mailer provided to us, where I find lease I posted on page number 2 by Bell Canada. Let's look specific on my rent comparables, started on page 17. The very close neighborhood, 600. 67 Scarfield, built in 94, lease size 2015, of over 25,000 square feet and $19.92. Another comparable, 1090 Valley, built in 1989, lease size 2009, around over 14,000 square feet at $22. On page 18, comparable 1601 Buffalo Place, lease size 2019, over 15,000 square feet at $21.28. Another comparables 895 Waverly Street, building 1991, lease size 2013. It's 8 years before reference date for around or over 12,000 square feet at $21. Another comparables of 905 Waverly, built in 1987, lease size 2015 for 10 years, over 27,000 square feet at $16.01. Another comparable of 1345 Waverly Street, built in 1998, lease size 2013 at over 12,000 square feet at $22. Another lease on 1400 Taylor Avenue, building size 76, lease in 2019 for over 18,000 square feet at $16.75. My last comparables on page 21 at 1345 Taylor Avenue, building built in 1999, lease size 2020, over 12.5 thousand square feet at $20. You can see all the comparables look similar, like subject property, like built like warehouses, but it's office space. In my comparable summary list of page number 4 showed that mean $19.87 and model generates $16.51. It's fair. So based on evidence in my report, it's a successor opinion via double count that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is $16,718,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Shable, have you had a chance to inspect this property?
Madam Chairman, although I not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on the file.
Okay, thank you. And so you're aware then that this is a two-story building comprising 76,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Correct. It's information on page number 1 of my brief.
Yeah. Okay. And on page number 3, you agree that the subject property is located set back considerably from the Osborne Street. It's actually behind a McDonald's. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. On pages 22 to 24 of your evidence, you've included 89 OFS, comparable market rents, that I don't think you mentioned in the presentation.
Yes, it's a office building, leases 3 years prior to reference date. Oldest lease January 1st, 2018. We presented office space for 89 leases with total area of 292,310 square feet. It showed average $16.01. And we apply for model generate only $16.51. That very well supported by my evidence on page number 4. Similar type of space, look like warehouses, but it's office interior, office finish inside.
Okay, you'd agree of the 89 comparisons you show here that there's nothing even over 20,000 square feet, nothing even close to the subject size. Is that correct?
That's why I provide page number 4, close size to the subject property.
Okay, so let's now go to page 4. And you mentioned, as you mentioned, the weighted average of your 89 comparisons for offices all across the city, in small sizes, was $15.85 a square foot. And now on page 4, you have 8 comparisons that are considerably higher in rent. And you selected these. Why is it again?
I selected by neighborhood area. It's over 600. So it's close to the subject property. Subject property is 665, Lord Robert. And
okay,
I also was looking specific for big area of leases. Look, my lease is between 12,000 and 27,000 square feet. All these leases started between 2013 and 2020. So leases 2013 have to upward adjustment for time adjustment at 6 years prior to 2021 assessment years, and still my mean or average, so at $19.87, and we assess property less than $16 per square foot. It's fair.
Okay, you've had a chance to review each of these 8 entries?
All
You verified?
I verify them with income expense manner. It's true net leases.
Yeah, you verified that they're all net leases, arm's length, real. Okay. The year built is the original year, not the effective age. Is that correct?
Yes, original build.
Okay, so the effective age might be much newer than what is shown here.
It's original years built and subject property built in 2006.
Okay, so the biggest question of all, Ms. Shavel, is after looking at 89 leases and then going to another 8 leases that are outside of that and selecting those that are considerably higher, why has sorry, let me back up. The actual lease in place is an arm's length lease with Bell MTS. Is that correct?
Correct. Income expense manner shows that the actual lease size 2007. It was negotiated in 2007. It's different market compared to 2021. It was $13.75. If this lease would be negotiated prior to reference date, April 1st, 2021, it will be something close to $19.87 average of my 8 comparables.
Interesting. And none of your comparisons are close to the 76,000 square feet of the subject property or 2 stories or setback from the major thoroughfare that it's located on. Is that correct?
It's what I found. And same neighborhood, bigger square footage.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt, questions?
Thank you. Ms. Sable, this is a most unusual property. It is like 4.43 acres containing 76,282 square feet. Anything around Winnipeg that is comparable?
All my comparables presented.
No.
8 comparables. It's very similar.
No, I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Do you find what I just mentioned any properties in Winnipeg that is close to comparable?
Best comparables I find present on page number 4.
In which, answer my question, please.
It's answer to your question. I find best comparables, 8 comparables on page number 4.
Which is the best comparable?
All 4 of them, because they have similar size of building, site of building.
Mm-hmm. Anything in the area?
In similar area, 600.
600 what?
Because neighborhood, if it's at 600, 690, it's one region, so it's very close to the subject property. How I selected and I highlight it because it's very close to subject property.
Thank you.
I don't have anything better what I can present to you.
Mr. Boreski, any questions, Mr. Boreski?
Yes. Are there any 2-story buildings of 76,000 square feet, more or less, in Winnipeg?
I don't have answer. But if you look on my comparables, 1345, it's 3-story building, and I showed only one existing lease. If you look on my street view, another, it's rest. I see 1-floor building, but you have 2-floor building also. Page number 17, 1090 Waverly Street. And they lease for $22 per square foot. Yes,
sorry,
it's this lessons. It's my comparable 1090 Waverly Street.
Sorry, you're on
page number 17.
Tell me what page?
17.
Page 17. 15, 16, 17. Yes. So this is 1090 Waverly. That's one of the 8 that you list up above. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this area is 14,000 square feet. What I'm asking is, are there any in Winnipeg that are 2 stories and are around 75,000 square feet?
I don't have answer.
You don't know. Okay. In answer to an earlier question, you said that you had not inspected the building, but were confident that the data properly represents it. What was the age, or what date was the last inspection of the building?
I will check. Knowledge. I try to open my spreadsheet. This is spreadsheet. Let's try. Set it open. Be with me, please. Let's take time. Okay, I see. Launch review. We didn't inspect this building. I don't see inspection. I see communication with owner through 311.
Right. Okay, so it's essentially your hope that the data is actually accurate about it.
Yeah, until it's proven. If agent proves something different, we will be looking at that.
Sure.
Because he represents owner.
Yeah.
And usually we inspect if something was changed, additional built in. So we cannot inspect each property.
Right.
That means follow-up.
So the tenant is a communications company. Is it only using this building as offices, or is there server rooms in it that require particular ventilation? Was it built at a time when they needed stronger floors or anything like that?
Yes. It should be specific for tenant because building was built in 2006. Lease negotiation started in 2007.
So what would be the differences in the building that would then be characteristics not necessarily desired by the next owner?
I don't know.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And my questions have been asked and answered. Mr. Slaughter, if you would like to proceed with your brief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have rebuttal evidence, so I could go through the direct first and then the rebuttal, or if the board prefers, while this evidence is fresh in their mind, I could go through the rebuttal.
No, if you could proceed with your brief and we'll ask questions and then you can proceed with your rebuttal.
Certainly.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So if I could ask the panel, please, to turn to the Altus document 4365 Osmond Street. And if you could go ahead and just turn to page 6, because Ms. Schabel had gone through the description and I had asked some questions just to confirm. And the panel has asked some good questions about the property too. So I'll describe what I know about the property. On page 6, first of all, are some exterior photographs and the aerial map. So I mentioned that one thing about this property is that it's set back from Osborne Street. It's actually located behind a McDonald's. The access is between the McDonald's restaurant and a Red River Co-op gas station. And it's situated on an irregular shaped lot that is bound on the west end by the railway tracks. But it does have sufficient parking for the tenant of the building, which is Bell MTS. Again, the building is a two-story structure. It was built for MTS to occupy in 2007, but there's nothing really extraordinary about this property. It's used as a call center. There's photographs of the interior that were taken by my colleague about a year ago because we just started working for artists in 2021. And I'll just point out the page numbers for the panel's reference, but I won't bother going through each one. You can see that it's pretty standard fare, starting on page 17 and moving to page 21. So we feel that the assessment is excessive. We feel that the market rent that's been applied of, I believe it was just under $17 a square foot, is very excessive for a property of this size and of this nature. The actual lease in place, and actually, sorry, if I could ask the panel please to turn to page 12. The actual lease in place is in evidence in the appendix of both the city and Altus. It is an arm's length lease with Bell MTS. It did commence in 2007. However, it is important to note that the lease has stepped up over the years, and the lease will expire in 2026. When the lease commenced in 2007, it was at $12.99 a square foot. It stepped up in 2012 and 2017. So the current rate it's at the reference date of April 21, which is $13.75 a square foot. And it'll step up again in 2022 to $14.25 a square foot. And this rent includes all parking on site as well. An arm's length lease, we don't ignore. And I think it really speaks to the features of the property that we mentioned, the size, the location, et cetera. But we do test to market. So on page 12, we look at a subset of 24 comparisons. And yes, it is difficult to find larger properties. But to answer a great question by one of the panel members, yes, there is a very, very good comparison. I'm surprised it was missed in the 90-plus comparisons by the city because it's in that location that was declared as a better or closer to the subject. It's on Fultz. It's a great comparison. It's occupied by CP Rail. The address is 14 Fultz. It's number 2 on our list of the 24 comparisons on page 12. It has a similar land-to-building ratio of 4.73 to 1. And that lease stepped up in 2017 to $10.50 a square foot. That's what's being paid at April 21. It's mainly a main-story building with a second story that's occupied. Well, it occupies about half of the area. There's a photograph of that property for the panel's reference on page 22. It's an excellent comparison. $10.50 a square foot. The other comparison is average, very similar to what the city's subset is, not kind of picking out those 8 that were mentioned, but of those 89 offices, the average I think the city had was 1585. Most of those comparisons were very small in size. Our average is 1511. And again, most of those comparisons are much smaller than the subject property. So we would expect the subject property to be at something less. Again, the best comparison as far as size is 14 Fultz, and that's at $10.50 a square foot. We recognize economies of scale. We see economies of scale in the market. When all other things are equal, an investor or a tenant will pay or lease a space per square foot at a lesser rate for a larger space. The other comparisons, Madam Chair, that we feel are fairly good to look at are numbers 1, 6, 15, and 24. And they all are hovering in that, just under 14 to just over $15 a square foot. But they all are much smaller than the subject property. So at the end, when we look at all evidence, we recognize the site-specific features. We feel that the actual rent, when it stepped up in April 21, so not the original lease, but the step-up rent, is probably pretty close to what it would command in April 21. In fact, we use something slightly higher. We use $14 a square foot rather than the actual $13.75 a square foot that's being paid. We feel that's well supported by the evidence. So $14 a square foot is applied to both stories of the building, which has 75,986 square feet. So that's on page 13. There's really only two other items of contention, Madam Chair. We accept the vacancy allowance, 6%. That seems reasonable. And again, this lease expires in 5 years. And Bell MPS is downsizing in Winnipeg. So if I was an investor, I might have some concern about the longevity or the future of this property. But we accept the 6%. We don't accept the shortfall rate of $8 a square foot. I'll just pause a moment to state that the shortfall rate should be somewhat reflective of the actual recoverable expenses of the property. And what the city and Altus has in evidence is the 2020 income expense mailer. And I won't, for brevity's sake, I won't ask the panel to turn to that, but for your reference, you will see that the recoverable expenses are $1,068,878 in 2020. We always make sure that that's fairly consistent in other years. In 2019, it was $1,052,801. That equates to just around $14 a square foot, Madam Chair. So this property is just more expensive to run than a typical suburban office, and we feel that has to be reflected in the shortfall allowance. We apply $12 a square foot. On page 14 is the second contention, and that is with the non-recovered expense allowance. And Madam Chair, I'll ask your advice. I know that everyone on this panel has heard this argument and our evidence on this multiple times. I can just give the Coles notes if you prefer.
Yes, I'm going to ask for the Coles notes. Thank you, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you. And even the Coles notes I'll make very short. This is an allowance. That's the important thing that the panel should remember. It's not something that we'll see in any given year. It's an allowance that's amortized over the life of the property. And it's recognizing very real non-recovered expenses that are typically going to be space marketing costs, but it can include a whole number of items that the owner will have to incur over the life of the property that they cannot recover from the tenant. It also includes an allowance for structural reserve, which we won't see at all in an income statement. So the most important point, Madam Chair, is that these are real. Our study that looks at many properties, including offices, have shown that, yes, over the life of the property, we'll see these kind of expenses. They are high. 7% is appropriate. Appraisal texts have confirmed we must recognize these in valuation. Other assessing authorities have recognized it. We, in summary, see no reason why the historic 7% non-recovered allowance should have been reduced to 2 or 3% in the last 2 cycles. As a matter of fact, we feel that allowance probably should have increased because these kind of expenses are increasing significantly as we see inflationary pressures on the costs, and we also see the effects of what I refer to as a tenant's market. Just very quickly to state that the tenants in April 21 have much more bargaining power than the owners do due to supply-demand discrepancies and the threat of hybrid work model. Threat of downsizing spaces. So we ask that the panel apply 7%. The most important thing, Madam Chair, about that allowance is tied in with the last item, which is capitalization rate. And that is, we do our own study. And again, I'll ask your advice, Madam Chair. Would you like me to go through the capitalization rate study or just do the Coles notes?
Coles notes, thank you, Mr.
Coles notes, thank you. Yeah, I know everybody's heard. We look at our own small subset of properties that sold. In fact, we have 2 suburban offices that sold close to the reference date. They hover in the high 6s to 7%, which is corroborated by what the brokers are telling us for suburban office in the 6.5 to 7% typically. And that is also in evidence by the city. But the important thing, Madam Chair, is that when we derive those capitalization rates, we use the exact same methodology that we're asking the panel to consider today, which is applying a market vacancy allowance unless the actual vacancy stabilized is higher. We otherwise use the market. We use market non-recovered, and we typically use a shortfall that is market, but we will adjust if we find that comparable property had higher recoverable expenses as well. It's the exact same methodology as what I'm proposing for the valuation of the subject. So the main point, Madam Chair, is that I strongly feel that 7% should be applied as an allowance for non-recovered, because again, this is over the life of the property, and we have a lease expiring in 5 years from the reference date. But more importantly, it would be consistent with our application of the capitalization rate. So in short, Madam Chair, we'll accept the city's capitalization rate of 6.65%. It's a little lower than we'd be comfortable with for the size of property, but the caveat is that we would only accept 6.65% of the cap rate if 7% was applied as the non-recovered allowance. Otherwise, we'd be asking for a higher cap rate. To be precise, about 25 basis points is the difference if we apply 3% non-recovered in our capitalization derivation. So our cap rate would then be close to 7%. But on page 15, in summary, we apply a $14 a square foot market rent, which we feel is well supported by both the actual rent in place and the best comparisons. The only other difference from the city is the 7% non-recovered and $12 square foot shortfall rate, which then brings our value, Madam Chair, on page 15 to $13,162,000 rounded. In appendix, again, is photographs of the interior of the subject property and the 5 best comparisons from our evidence, as well as the financial statements. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Ms. Shavel, questions?
Yes, please. Open page 12, agent brief. We are looking on comparables number 14 on Taylor. What street number is it? Can you pronounce?
Sorry, what is that?
Comparable number 14 for Taylor.
Sure, I'll find that for you. We did provide all the addresses, Ms. Shable, correct, to you after the submission?
Yes, but I would like you to pronounce loud.
Oh, yes, sir.
Number.
Number 14. That would be 1345 Taylor. It's the second floor of a main floor medical office and second floor office.
So I have 1345, 2 leases. You can open page number 4 of my brief. My comparables number 6 in 8 in same building. In my leases show $22 and $20 per square foot. How you can explain it?
Well, one of those isn't Taylor, it's Waverly.
Oh, sorry. Taylor, thank you. My comparables number 8, Taylor Avenue, $20 per square foot.
And I will actually be addressing that in my rebuttal machine. So maybe I could leave my answer for that.
Okay. Let's look on your comparables number 15 on Taylor. What street number can you pronounce for us?
Yeah, it's 1400 Taylor. Again, this will be in my rebuttal, but if you'd like, I can talk about that now.
And I have comparables number 7. You showed least $13.91, and my comparable showed $16.75. You have rebuttal about it, yes?
Yes, so the difference is...
we will look into your rebuttal.
Sure.
Your comparables number 19 of Waverly Street. Your comparable 19, Waverly Street. What number is it?
19 is 895 Waverly.
895. You showed $15.50. My comparable number 4 on Waverly Street showed $21 per square foot. Do you have rebuttal too?
Yep. Yes, I do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
I thank you, Madam. Mr. Slaughter, I'm a stickler for detail. So where did you get your square footage? Because you're a little different. It's minor, but it's 300 square feet. You have 75,986, and the city's at 76,282.
Good question, Mr. Merritt. I believe I am taking it straight from the owner's rent roll. I'll just double check that. Yes,
Yeah,
on
that's
page.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I assumed, so that's fine. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boreski?
Yes, Mr. Slaughter, you noted that this building is relatively expensive to operate. Why is that?
Well, taking a look at the expenses, I went through and nothing really stood out as much. The taxes are high. That was one. Property taxes are $361,572.67. They have a pretty high janitorial contract of $204,000. Utilities seem pretty standard. So those would be about it. But Mr. Bresky, I'm on page 39 for your reference. I'm looking at the operating expenses. So there's nothing really that stands out too much. It's just that's what the total is, $14 a foot, and it's the same in 2019. And as I mentioned, I don't see anything here that should not be included.
All right. You were talking earlier about the relationship between cap rate and the non-recoverable expenses. Just led me to wonder, is that a direct and unbreakable relationship, or is it somewhat elastic, as in if a panel was to select a different cap rate, must it change the non-recoverable expenses? Is there that relationship or not?
No, I think the only relationship is how we as Altus derive the capitalization rates. And so that's one of the key things that we really hone in on is that, and this is Appraisal 101, that the methodology that you use to derive your capitalization rates should be the same that you're using to derive the value of the property. And so the point that we have there is that we use the 7% non-recovered allowance when we determine cap rates. So if we say that our study indicates suburban office should be 6.75% for this type and size, et cetera, we want the panel to understand that in deriving that, we've applied a market vacancy or adjusted for actual realities if necessary, and we've applied the 7% non-recovered. So it's not a hard, fast rule, certainly in valuation. It's just that the valuator must be consistent in their approach.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. My questions have been asked and answered. And Mr. Slaughter, if you would like to proceed to your rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the panel have it's a similar looking document, but it says rebuttal evidence? They could turn to that document, please. And I'll pause until everybody is on that document.
I have it.
Yep.
Great. Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this rebuttal will pertain to both properties that we'll be discussing this afternoon. But the brunt of it is focused on the rent comparisons that the city has on page 4. So this isn't the 89 that they include later in their evidence, but the 8 that were selected on page 4. Right off the top, I mentioned in the questioning that something seemed a little curious about the fact that all of these rents were higher, much higher than the average of the 89, almost at the upper limit of those 89. So it seemed strange. And fortunately for me to be able to review these, we actually represent many of these properties. And the ones that we don't, I tried my best to investigate because, as I mentioned, a flag seemed to be raised. So the very first one on page 2 of our rebuttal, you'll see a photograph of the very first city comparison, 67 Scourfield. And that is a property that we represent. It is, in my mind, not really comparable. It's occupied by the Manitoba Institute of Trades and Technology. It's a college. It's a fully exempt school. No taxes paid by the tenant. Its effective age is 1998, a little different than what the city shows as the original age, which I think can be misleading. And in order for the owner to secure that lease, they invested, and you'll see the permits summarized on page 2, $1,600,000 just in permit costs. In summary, I think this is an anomaly lease. It's a school. They're exempt from taxes, and I don't think it's the best comparison for a call center. But my concern raises after that one. So the second comparison, 1090 Waverly, you'll see a photograph. It's a two-story building, and this tenant is unit 200, so they would be the second floor. We don't represent this property, but I spent some time investigating it, Madam Chair. The tenant at the time, it appears to be Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center. From my experience, typically governmental tenants or tenants such as this are often semi-gross, sometimes gross. So when I see a lease of $22, a flag is raised, and I think, okay, I need to investigate a bit more. On page 3, you'll see a listing that I found for the exact building, main floor of this building, in April of 2021. And that listing you'll see on page 3 is for a unit that's only 1,210 square feet, about 1/10 of the size or less than 1/10 of the size of the comparison. And the asking rent, which is typically not attained, is $18.75 a square foot. So again, the flag has gone higher now. How does the second floor, which is more than 10 times the size, command $22 unless, as I state, my hypothesis is correct, that it's probably a semi-gross or possibly even gross rent? I don't have the evidence to prove that, but I'm showing why I believe that. And the second piece that I think is interesting is that even the city of Winnipeg, in assessing that property or that unit, does not apply $22 to that space. In fact, for April 21, the market rent they apply, you'll see on the bottom of page 3, is $190,615, which equates to $13.15 a square foot. Madam Chair, I strongly suspect that $22 is not the net rent for that tenant. That's the second comparison. If you could please turn to page 4. The third is 1601 Buffalo Place. Again, this is a client of ours. It's occupied by Maxer 2006 Limited, which is operating as Remax. And that is also the company owned by the property owner. I have in the evidence on page 12 on a copy of the city's evidence for this property. Again, you'll see that the market rent applied by the city is $15.12 a square foot and $8.65 on the basement, much less than what the assessor is quoting as the rent is of $21.28 a square foot. But more importantly, on page 15, Madam Chair, is part of the owner's submission to the city. And you'll see at the top left is a very important box that the city asks owners to check if it's a non-arm's length lease, if it's owner occupied. And they have checked that. You'll see on page 16 that the tenant, Maxer 2006 Limited, on their lease at that time, which extended to 2019, is stated as owner occupied. And on page 17 is the next mailer where it's the same tenant in place, Maxer 2006 Limited. The ownership is the same, 1601 Buffalo Place Inc., and the tenant is the same. And the owner had specified that this is internal. So I would put no weight on that rent comparison, Madam Chair, as the city didn't win the value of the property. That's number 3. Turning now to page 5, please, is the fourth comparison, 895 Waverly, Unit 300. We used to represent this property. We don't now, but we did at the time of the rent roll, December 2020. And I have that rent roll here on page 5. There is no Unit 300. There is no Unit 300 in this building. It's a 2-story building, used to be Stantec's offices. It now has 2 tenants, KGS and Lieberstream. And you can see on the rent roll that they're paying $16 and $15.50 a square foot, respectively. There is no Unit 300. Nobody's paying $21 a square foot. Next comparison, page 6, please. By the way, Madam Chair, that was one of the leases that I mentioned I had rebuttal evidence on that the assessor and I had talked about earlier. The next comparison, number 5, is 905 Waverly. This one actually seems more realistic. It's at $16.01 a square foot for 27,267 square feet. And the tenant here is 24/7 in touch. It's also a call center. A fairly good comparison. It is ample parking, which is included in the rent. But the effective age for this property is 1995 to 2005. I have the assessor's workup here on page 6, stating that. So it's otherwise a great comparison. I think this one's great, except it's about a third of the size and it's not 2 stories. So we should see a downward adjustment of the subject property. Page 7, comparison number 6. 1345 Waverly, Unit 100. This is Investors Group. They occupy the main floor. Suspiciously, the other tenants weren't considered, who pay about $16.50 and $16 a square foot. But this one is at $22, much smaller than the subject property. It has a 7-to-1 land-to-building ratio. Massive parking lot. That's all I have to say about that property. We don't represent it. Number 7, very good one actually, and we both talked about this earlier. This is 1400 Taylor. First of all, the original age that the city states of 1976 is not appropriate, Madam Chair. That was the original building that was extended significantly when Towers purchased this property. That used to be a racket court, I believe, but the building was completely expanded after that in the 1990s, and then significantly upgraded. The effective age applied by the city on this property is 1991. This tenant, Madam Chair, is, again, 24/7 in touch. I think it's an interesting comparison. It's a call center. They have nice space. I've inspected it. They occupy the main floor, which is 14,732 square feet, and then they have a second floor as well of 3,610 square feet. You'll see at the bottom of page 7, Madam Chair, is both Altus's summary. When we represent the property, we do our calculations of the actual rents, and the excerpt from the actual rent roll. And you'll see on the rent roll, this is small print, Madam Chair, but on the bottom of page 7, about the 5th column, you'll see it says total leased area, and they state 18,242 square feet, correct? But in brackets, they say 14,732, because that's the main floor, and only the main floor has the rent of $16.75 a square foot. Only the main floor. The second floor, in the negotiation, they basically said, we're not going to pay for that. And in the end, they ended up coming to a conclusion of about $2 a square foot exactly. So, Madam Chair, the point here is that when we look at this, we should blend the two together. And certainly it's not $16.75 for 18,000 square feet. So the blended rent of those two rents together, of what 24/7 pays on the same lease, is $13.91 a square foot. Again, this is about 1/4 of the size of the subject property. Otherwise, I think a very good comparison, although it is a bit older. $13.91 a square foot. And page 8 is 1345 Taylor. So this is the other one we mentioned in questioning. This building, Madam Chair, is a 2-story building, multiple tenants. It has medical offices on the main floor, and the tenant that we have in evidence, because it's larger, on the second floor. We don't represent this building, but I did some research into it, and again, I don't know where the city gets $20 a square foot for 12,575 square feet. You'll see 3 business assessments associated with this property, Madam Chair, on page 8. 3 business assessments. One doesn't have a unit associated. The second is unit 101. The third is unit 200. And then I pull each of those so you can see what these units are. The first one is 2,000 square feet. Well, that's not it. The second one is 1,563 square feet, unit 101. That can't be it. And the third one is 11,048 square feet, which is unit 200, which is what we have in evidence. And the rent is much less than $20 a square foot. So I'm not sure which unit is 12,575 square feet, commanding $20 a square foot. So I have considerable concerns with the 8 comparisons that the city has selected as the best. As far as the 89, I'm not going to go through every one, Madam Chair, but I can state that a few of the ones stood out to me. And I'll just quickly mention this, that 301 Nassau, we represent, those are semi-gross rents. And one of the only comparisons of the 89 that's over 10,000 square feet, Madam Chair, one of the only ones that I think there's 5 listed, and one of the only ones at 18,000 square feet is 500 St. James. That is our client, Globe General Agencies. They own their own building. It's an internal rent. But I'll pause there on any other comment on those 89 comparisons. So I thank you, Madam Chair. That's our comments on the 8 comparisons. I think only one would be considered valid.
All right. I thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Did you have questions, Ms. Shavel?
Yes, please. Let's open page number 2 of rebuttal, 67 Scarfield. You showed that it's a college, it's people inside, it's still office space similar to the subject property called center, correct?
Yeah, there's people inside. Yeah,
Yeah, and still rent size 2015 $19.92.
Yeah, as I mentioned, that rent definitely stands out. There's nothing else about that rent I'd suggest is non-arm's length, except that the tenant would be willing to pay more for 2 reasons. One, they are completely exempt from taxation, and secondly, the landlord invested considerable dollars in converting that space for the tenant's needs.
And your knowledge, before tenants move in, your landlord usually put investment and interior decoration, correct?
Not always,
Okay.
but usually, especially
Usually, so 1,800,000 just to have a lease for 11 years to keep tenants inside would be worth it for 26,000 square feet.
Yeah, no, it would be worth it. It would make sense for the owner to do that investment. But my point is, it would be amortized into the rent as well. So that, my point is, when you see rents like this that are arm's length, and that we do give some weight to, we have to understand the circumstances. Why is it so much higher? And I think I've explained some of the reasons why.
Yeah, by the end of the day, 26,000 rent less than $20, correct?
Correct.
Let's look, you compare, same page 119, Beverly. It's my comparables, second floor, rent for $22. Its lease showed size 2009. So lease was negotiation 2009. Today they overpay but if you look on your page number 3, existing lease prior to reference date, $18.75, correct?
No, that's not a lease. That's an asking rent for a different unit on the main floor that's only 1,210 square feet, less than a tenth of the size.
So it's much higher than $14 you propose, correct?
1875? Yeah, I would expect it would be. It's only 1,200 square feet.
Same page number 3. They ask $18.75 and we assess only, you showed our records, we assess in $13.50. You can see that our assessment much lower than existing leases, correct?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, the reason that I put that in is because, as I mentioned, we don't represent this property, so I can't say it with certainty, but I strongly suspect that this is a semi-gross or gross rent. And with this additional evidence, I think that corroborates my opinion.
In 2009, it was negotiated at $22. In 2029, they ask less than $19 per square foot. So
yeah, different unit.
Different units. 106 Buffalo. You showed our assessment again. Our rent less $12.80 by model. We apply city, but real lease in 2019-20, $1.28.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, Ms. Shavel, the owner has been very careful to point out to the city that that's a non-arm's length lease. It's an owner-occupied space. It's an internal rent.
Do you have evidence supported?
Yes, I do. It's on page, from their income expense mailer that they provided on page 11. You'll see that they checked the box that it's fully owner-occupied. We also know this because we represent the property.
I don't see here.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Page 11 is it's page 15 of my brief. Page 11
Let's
is what it
look.
states.
It's fully occupied by they check net rent.
Yeah, owner-occupier.
Net rent.
And they checked that it's fully occupied.
And they showed occupied very small, 1 second, I need to speak. So they occupied 16,000, 16 or 15.
Yeah, they occupy, well, they occupy
Around
the entire building.
16,000 square feet. And they showed $21.28 net. So they showed the market rent. It's in your case, it's bookkeeping. But they showed that market rent for this type of space, $21.28, correct?
Yeah, they stated it's an internal rent.
Yeah. Internal rent, but by bookkeeping, it's what they on market right now.
Not according to the city, because you've assessed it with a $12 rent.
We usually assess less as existing leases to be fair across. Let's go back to page. Here is finish. 106. Okay. It is Bahama. We go into page number 5. 895 Waverly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm wrong with units, it could be, but in my show that in 2013, over 13,000 square feet negotiated at $21. We already saw in previous 6000 of Waverly. They show $21.28 market rent.
Not sure where they show that, because I have a report here that they submit to the city.
Okay, let's look what you submitted. You can see 100 occupied by $16 per square foot, and 110 occupied $15.50 per square foot. And you still want $14 for the subject property, much less.
Yeah, these are much smaller units.
905 Waverly on page number 6. Tenants 24/7. It's similar with subject property like call center. And you showed again our estimation. But fact is states that the lease in 2015 for over 27,000 square feet negotiated at $16 per square foot. What we assess is not relevant. We usually assess much less than existing lease. Keep going.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned, that one seems, because we represent the property, it seems appropriate. But again, it's much smaller than the subject, and that has to be considered.
So on page number 7, 1345 Waverly. Our information shows that lease negotiated in 2013 at $22 per square foot. Do you have evidence to support opposite?
From what I can tell, that is the correct rent for that unit. But as I mentioned, it's by far the highest in the building. I find it suspicious that that's the only one included.
Because it's negotiated in 2013. That's why all my comparables media $20 per square foot, and we assess less than $17. Let's keep going, Taylor. 1400 Taylor on page number 7. So our record showed, we have to estimate 1 second. I will do right away in front of you. How will be whole both floor occupied? 720 plus 2046 and 61 divide by 18, 20, 42, $13.91, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I think we had this together, Ms. Shable, under appeal maybe a month ago.
So you can cross my 7 comparables, $16.75, it will be together $13.91, it will be $14 per square foot. For space, 18,000 square feet. And let's look my last comparables. 1345 Taylor. And our record shows that 12,575 square feet was occupied in April 2020 at $20 per square foot. Do you have information to rebuttal this?
No, we don't represent this property, but as I mentioned, I investigated the units occupied that would be assessed, and I don't find a unit 103.
So, going through this rebuttal, we estimate that all my comparables between $14 to $22 per square foot. And we apply $16.51. It's fair. Correct?
No, not correct. I don't agree with the majority of your rent comparisons. I think either they're incorrect
But
or
we
they haven't
went
been
through one
calculated
by
properly.
one. It's ranged between $14 to $22. So you, by applying $14, you underestimate subject property value. Correct?
No, no, I don't agree with that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
I think all my questions have been asked. Thank you.
Mr. Boraski?
Do you mind asking your questions first and then come back to me?
I actually have no questions, Mr. Boraski.
Well, that doesn't help me. Just give me 1 minute then, okay? Hey, Mr. Slaughter, just with respect to the 1345 Taylor, is that main floor fully occupied?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. I don't. We don't represent that. Let me just make sure. 1345 Taylor. So the very last comparison. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't represent that property. I know this property because I used to be a doctor that was in Prairie Trails on the main floor. So my recollection is that Prairie Trails or different medical offices occupy most of the first floor, and then a non-medical office occupies the second floor.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Does either party wish a summation?
No, thank you.
Just simply, Madam Chair, I find it curious when we completely ignore actual rents in place and look to the market, which I think is appropriate if there's reason to doubt actual rents. But we both have looked to the market. I have serious concerns with the city's best comparisons, and I think our comparisons corroborate the market rent that we apply. Thank you.
Is anyone in need of a short recess?
Would be nice.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes. Now, but I would like to call this, meeting back to order. And we are going to continue on to 75 Skirfield Boulevard. And Mr. Slaughter, this has 3 points of revision on this property.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just one moment. Could I ask confirmation on the classification and liability issues, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Schabel, if you would like to proceed, please, on 75 Skirfield Boulevard.
File number 22-2128, roll number 0P0651 53,700. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2023, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2021. This appeal is with respect to the amount of assessed only now, value only now. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor's opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 5,406,000 and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property office building, original built in 1993, before food effective years 2000, located in neighborhood West Fort Garry Industrial, occupied land area of 83,711, has gross floor area of 24,635 square feet. On page number 2, subject property leases from 2020 and smaller showed that property showed 24,594 square feet leasable area with match our records. And we can see leases, biggest lease 6,000 square feet at $13, and leases around between $13, $13.50 and $16.75. The subject property location on southwest of the city. On page 3, 4, more view of subject property. It's one floor building. We have plenty of parking spot, and we have access, warehouse access from the north side of the building. Some units has some storage area or used for production. Something was signed production before. During my inspection. Let's go in on page number 5. We apply 24,594 square feet at average $16.43. For this office building, we apply usual 6% vacancy, expenses free, shortfall $8 per square foot, the capitalization rate 6.6%. On same page, I present already comparable, same neighborhood, 661 West Fort Garry Industrial. We have 8 comparables, lease between 2,000 and 25,000, and they showed median leases $21.40, mean or needed $20.96. We apply only $16.43. On page 9, started comic space mailer provided to us. So let's look on my comparables. On page number 14, first comparables, same comparable, 67 Scarfield Boulevard, lease in 2015, and $19.92. On page 15, 430 Dover Court Drive, lease for around size 2016, around 4,000 square feet at $16.50. On page number 16, I have 4 different type of 4 leases, and 452 Dover Court, they between $17 and $28 per square foot, signed in 2019-18. On page number 17, I have comparables 100 Scarfield Boulevard. We have 2 leases at $16.50 and $22 per square foot. And also on page 18 started all leases 3 years prior to reference date of all office building and similar portfolio for around 300,000 square feet. They showed average $16 per square foot. We did apply $16.43 for the subject properties that very well support by my comparables. So it's fair. Based on evidence in his report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2021 is 5,406,000, and that the 2023 assessed value should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Shable, could I ask you please to turn to page 18 of your evidence?
Thank you. Okay.
You have, again, 89 OFS comparisons shown on these 3 pages. The subject property, to confirm, you mentioned the location is in Fort Garry Industrial. It's an industrial location.
What I just showed portfolio what we have, but I select comparables in similar neighborhood with bigger and small square footage on page number 5.
Yeah, I'll get to page 5.
Our model generated rent of $16.43 average.
Yeah, sorry. My question about pages 18 to 20, though, are of these 89, you'd agree that they are kind of a shotgun approach of OFS in all different locations of the city, predominantly commercial areas. Yeah,
it's all office building 3 years prior to reference day leases.
Yeah.
In our portfolio for office space. But in our case, for subject property, I selected 8 comparables.
Okay, now back to page 18 and 19 and 20, though. Of the 89, I've gone through these, and 3 are actually fairly close to the subject property. Number 25 is in the subject property. Number 60 is very close to the subject property, also in this industrial location, which I think you'd agree is a better comparison. And number 61 is also in that location on Dovercourt. And those 3 rents are very close, and about $13 to $13.50 a square foot. Correct? Is that correct?
Yeah. If you look on page number 2, subject property leases, it's between $13 and $16.75.
Right. So the majority on page 2 of the subject property's actual arm's length leases, the majority of them are in the $13 to $13.50 a square foot range. But yet on page 5, you've applied market rents that range from $16.13 to $17.90 a square foot.
So average $16.43 per square foot.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that's excessive based on the best comparisons and the subject property's actual leases?
Actual leases number 1, $16.75, and we apply average $16.43.
Okay, that's all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
I have none, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Boraski?
None here either, thank you.
I also have no questions. Mr. Slaughter, if you would like to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a bit of rebuttal in the same evidence package, but I can refer to that after if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'll refer to our direct evidence. I'll pause for the panel to turn to that, please. All good?
Getting there.
Yep.
Okay. You can go right to page 6, actually. Please. I'll try and keep this as short as possible. All good?
Yep.
Okay. So just very quickly, and to reiterate what was mentioned in the questioning, the subject property is in Fort Garry industrial location. So it's a little different than most suburban office locations. You can see where it's located on Scurfield on page 6, and you can see what the property looks like. It's an L-shaped building, multi-tenanted, parking in the front. Typically considered what would be called a flex office warehouse. The majority of this property is office. A few units have some warehouse space. One unit is just a basic storage. So that's the background on the property, Madam Chair. And if I can ask you please to turn to page 11. This is pretty straight ahead. The actual leases in the property and those being signed right up to April 2020 mostly hover in the $13 to $13.50 a square foot, right across the board. The property has had significant vacancy issues. They're performing better now. They do have one unit that has been consistently vacant for the last number of years. But there's two things I'd like to point out about the units and their rents on page 11. The first is that you'll see the one that the city is referring to that's at $16.75. It actually stepped up again to $17. It's a rent that started back in 2011, and it just has been stepping up, and it expired. The lease was supposed to expire at the end of 22, but by the reference date in December of 2020, the tenant notified the owner. They hadn't been occupying the space since the pandemic began, and they notified the owner that they're going to vacate by the reference date. Well, actually, just after the reference date, by June 21. So I asked the owner, well, why was that rent higher? They said, well, it was just the nature of the lease. It started at $12.99, I think it was, a square foot, and just kept stepping up. But it was at the end of those step ups, and they probably never attained it again. So in the owner's mind, in fact, what actually happened is that it would end up renting like the rest of the units. So that is in the $13.50 a square foot. Now, as further evidence to the best indicator of market, Madam Chair, that unit I mentioned that's been vacant, 2658 square feet, unit number 8. If you could please turn to page 27, you'll see the listing for that unit. And it's a combination. It does have some warehouse space. It has some finished office space as well. I think it's about 50-50. And the asking rent you'll see on page 27 was between $8.95 to $12.95 a square foot. A little lower than some of the other units, which have higher degree of office finish, but that's what they're asking. So, in conclusion, back to page 11. I also tested the actual rents to market, looking at comparisons in similar locations, and basically the actual rents seem to be at market, so we don't have any concern. So on page 12, we apply the actual rents in all cases, including the unit that actually was vacant or about to vacate in the reference here with the higher than normal rent. We applied the higher than normal rent anyway of $17. The rest are at the actuals, $13.50. Best indicator of current market behavior would be unit 8B, at least in April 2020, for $13 a square foot. We're actually seeing a bit of downward pressure, which is consistent with the message I've been trying to convey about the tenant's market leading up to the reference date. So we've applied the actuals. We applied $12 a square foot to the vacant unit. Remember, that was asking between $8.95 and $12.95. And there's one last unit that is just a storage unit, unit 6A, very small. But we apply only $8 a square foot to that unit. And so our average of the across the board on page 12 is $13.05 a square foot. This is based on actuals and corroborated by market. The actual vacancy is close to 10%, but we've accepted the 6% is applied by the city. The shortfall rate of $8 is pretty close to actual expenses, so we accept that. We asked the panel again to apply 7% as the non-recovered. And a big part of the reason, Madam Chair, is that although our evidence, which includes office properties in this location, 383 Dovercourt to be exact, with a cap rate of 7%, we will accept 6.6%, but we certainly only accept that if the board is accepting our 7% non-recovered allowance. Otherwise, we'd be closer to 6.85% on the cap rate. So on page 14, very straight ahead, Madam Chair, actual rents tested the market, applied. We do ask for the non-recovered allowance to be applied of 7%, and we'll accept the city's 6.6% if the requested NOI is applied. So our value overall for April 1st, 2021 is $4,073,000. I don't think there's anything else I need to go through in evidence. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sable, did you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt?
I have none, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Boreski?
I have none.
I just have one quick question, Mr. Slaughter. You mentioned the storage unit at $8. I'm assuming that is rented. That is.
No, it's, sorry, Madam Chair, let me confirm that. Yes, it is rented, but it's only rented for $3.32 a square foot net.
And you've applied $8 to it.
Correct.
I thank you. That's all my questions. Did you want to go through rebuttal now, Mr. Slaughter?
There's just one new thing for the rebuttal, Madam Chair. It refers to the city had selected a few rents outside of the 89 again, and of those 8, sorry, let me just go back to the document. Of those 8,
I'm looking for.
yeah, on page 5 of the city's evidence, I would like to talk very quickly about those comparisons of 452 Dover Court, which is found in my rebuttal evidence, Madam Chair.
What rebuttal? Can I see it?
It's the same document, Shable, as I referred to previously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which page?
Page, if I could ask everyone please to refer to page 18. So my concern here, Madam Chair, is that 452 Dover Court is again a client of ours. It's a property that's valued with an office component and then the warehouse separately. The office component is only 3,115 square feet. And I'm not sure where the assessment department has derived these rents of, over $20 a square foot. I think these areas must refer to parts of the warehouse. But I have the income and expense mailer in place on page 27. We'll see a number of units, but for whatever reason, the owner didn't put the areas or the rents. So I don't know how those were derived, but certainly it's never been reflected in the valuation by Altus or by the city. I just think that's a miscalculation or something is up with those comparisons. I'll just end it at that, Madam Chair. I think otherwise the other comparisons I've discussed already, and I think the best comparisons have been highlighted.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Shable, did you have any questions?
No questions.
And Mr. Merritt?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Boreski?
None, thank you.
I also have no questions. Do either of you have a wish for a summation on this property?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I thank you then both for your briefs, your time and patience today, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.